Hello there, and welcome to Secretum Histories, where curiosity gets cozy and the ancient world takes the scenic route to slumber. Tonight's gentle journey is all about one of the most famous structures ever built, and one of the most stubbornly awkward when you start placing it neatly inside a timeline. The Great Pyramid stands there on the Giza Plateau looking as if it has already heard every explanation, every argument, every confident documentary voiceover, and is not especially impressed by any of them. Most of us meet it first as a fact, a simple, polished schoolbook fact. Fourth Dynasty, Khufu, around 2560 BCE, a royal tomb, enormous but explainable, case closed, and yet the longer people stare at it, measure it, walk through it, compare it to what came before and after, the more that tidy answer begins to feel a little too tidy, like a suitcase packed by sitting on the lid and hoping no one notices. Before we settle into this old stone problem, I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from tonight and what time it is where you are right now. There is something fitting about talking about timelines while people in different countries, different evenings and different corners of the night all arrive here at once. If you find this soothing, interesting, or just a pleasant place to let your thoughts slow down, I'd be very grateful if you liked the video and subscribed. It helps this quiet little corner reach other listeners who might enjoy a calm walk through history's stranger questions. And now, get comfortable, let the day step back a pace or two, and let's begin with a monument that refuses to sit still in the story told about it. The Great Pyramid is one of those things that almost suffers from being too famous. We think we know it because we have seen it in textbooks, films, travel posters, documentaries, logos, and late-night theories accompanied by dramatic music. It has become so familiar that it can feel less like a real building and more like a symbol, something almost separate from ordinary history. But the moment you try to place it firmly among the actual buildings, people, tools, and political circumstances of ancient Egypt, the monument becomes strange again. Not because it vanishes into fantasy, but because it begins to resist proportion. It seems too big, too exact, too composed, too certain of itself, and above all, too complete. That sense of completeness is important. Many ancient structures show their ancestry openly. You can look at earlier versions and later versions and watch the idea develop. A rough form becomes a cleaner form. A local method becomes a more ambitious one. Mistakes are made, then corrected. Proportions improve. Stone cutting gets better. Plans become bolder. In most human crafts, history leaves fingerprints of learning all over the finished work. The Great Pyramid, by contrast, often gives people the odd feeling of arriving not at the beginning of mastery, but in the middle of it, or perhaps at the peak. It does not look like a first confident attempt. It looks like the result of a tradition already very sure of itself. And that is where the timeline trouble begins. The official story, at least in outline, is easy to summarize. Egypt had kings long before Khufu. Tomb architecture evolved. Mastabas gave way to step pyramids. Step pyramids gave way to true pyramids. Builders experimented, improved, corrected errors, and eventually the Fourth Dynasty produced the enormous and famous monument at Giza. That story has logic. It has sequence. It has the comfort of development. Human beings like developmental stories because they feel reasonable. One thing leads to another. Skill builds. Ambition grows. Stone by stone, generation by generation, a civilization learns how to do something astonishing. But when people say the Great Pyramid does not fit Egypt's timeline, they usually mean one of several things, and they are not all equally dramatic. Some mean that the technical leap feels too abrupt. Some mean the scale seems out of proportion with the evidence for how quickly such expertise developed. Some mean the monument appears more advanced than structures supposedly near it in time. Some think the dating is right in a broad sense, but the inherited knowledge behind it is much older. Others go much further and suggest the pyramid itself predates the accepted Egyptian historical framework altogether, perhaps by centuries or more. That is a much bigger claim, and later on we will take it seriously enough to examine why people make it. But tonight the first thing to understand is that the discomfort begins before any wild conclusion arrives. It begins with a feeling that the monument and the timeline are not sitting together naturally. Imagine, for a moment, walking through the architectural history of a civilization as if you were flipping through family photographs. At first the clothes are simpler, the poses awkward, the camera work uncertain. Over time the images sharpen, styles change, confidence grows. Then suddenly, in the middle of the album, there appears a photograph so refined, so polished, so startlingly complete that you blink and wonder whether it was inserted from a different collection. That does not prove it came from somewhere else. But it does make you stop turning pages so casually. The Great Pyramid has that effect on people. Part of the reason is scale, and part of it is precision. Size by itself is not the whole mystery. Human beings can build large things under the right conditions, especially when rulers have resources, labour and time. Ancient Egypt had all of those. But the Great Pyramid is not merely large. It is large in a way that also insists on alignment, geometry, internal planning, stone management, and structural confidence. It is one thing to pile up an immense mass. It is another to do so with a level of planning that continues to impress engineers, surveyors, architects, and skeptical visitors who arrive, assuming they will be moderately impressed, and leave slightly annoyed that they are more impressed than intended. Then there is the matter of sequence. If the Great Pyramid were only one more step in a gentle upward climb, people might not worry so much. But it often feels like a jump. There were earlier pyramids, yes, and those matter enormously. The step pyramid of Djoser matters. The pyramids associated with Sneferu matter even more, especially because they show experimentation and transition. Egypt was clearly not starting from nothing. Yet even when that is granted, many people still feel that the leap to Giza is unusually sharp. They see a civilization learning to work through forms, then suddenly producing a monument of such authority that it becomes the benchmark for all later comparison. And comparison is not kind to later history. That is another reason the timeline starts to creak. If the Great Pyramid represents a triumphant moment in a developmental story, why does so much afterwards feel like decline, compromise, imitation, or reduction? Later pyramids existed, certainly, but many were smaller, less exact, less durable, or differently constructed. The neat story of steady progress does not remain neat if the supposed high point arrives and then the line droops. Civilizations do lose knowledge, of course. Resources change, politics shift, economies strain, religious priorities move. All of that is true. But once you accept decline as part of the picture, a new possibility enters the room. Perhaps the Great Pyramid belongs not just to a moment of rising confidence, but to a moment drawing on knowledge already accumulated, perhaps already old by the time Khufu's name becomes attached to it. That idea is far less sensational than saying aliens did it, which is helpful, because aliens tend to enter conversations when people become impatient with complexity. The more interesting question is not whether some impossible outside force built the pyramid, but whether the history of knowledge in Egypt was deeper, messier, more inherited, and more partially lost than neat textbook timelines sometimes suggest. Human civilizations do not always invent everything fresh in the reign of the person whose name appears nearest the final product. They inherit sites, methods, priestly traditions, symbolic plans, sacred geographies, labour systems, and practical wisdom that may stretch back farther than their political labels. When people stand before the Great Pyramid and say, "This feels older," they may not always mean the blocks themselves were laid thousands of years earlier. Sometimes they mean the knowledge behind the structure feels older than the dynasty usually associated with it. The plan feels mature. The symbolism feels settled. The execution feels less like invention and more like continuation. That feeling may be wrong, but it is not a foolish feeling. It is one of the reasons this question keeps coming back. There is also the matter of context. The Giza Plateau is not a blank page. It is a landscape with layers, choices, orientations, and relationships. The Great Pyramid does not stand in isolation like a single idea dropped from nowhere. It stands among other monuments, on a plateau already important, already worked, already meaningful. Once you start looking at the broader site rather than just the one famous structure, another form of unease appears. Was Khufu simply placing his monument on a prestigious royal landscape, as kings often do, or was he inheriting something more substantial, more established, perhaps more ancient in purpose than the simple phrase, building his tomb, quite captures? It is useful here to slow down and remember how much of ancient history is reconstruction. We do not have a camera crew sitting behind Khufu. We do not have a cheerful project manager's notebook saying, Week 32, still waiting on granite delivery, morale acceptable. We have texts, archaeology, inscriptions, quarry marks, comparative analysis, settlement remains, tool evidence, later traditions, and a great deal of interpretation. Much of that interpretation is strong. Some of it is weaker. Some of it depends on connecting fragments that do not come with labels saying, this fragment definitely means exactly what you think it means. That does not make Egyptology unreliable. It makes it historical scholarship, which is a more patient and human thing than people sometimes imagine. And because scholarship is human, it has habits. One of those habits is preferring the explanation that requires the fewest dramatic revisions. Usually that is sensible. If a monument can be placed within the accepted Old Kingdom framework using available evidence, scholars will prefer that to rewriting the whole chronology. You would too, frankly, if your job involved distinguishing between reasonable caution and every excited person with a YouTube thumbnail featuring glowing blue eyes over the Sphinx. But caution can also become a kind of groove. Once a structure has been settled into a timeline, every new detail tends to be interpreted in a way that keeps it there unless overwhelming evidence forces it out. That is one reason the Great Pyramid question never quite relaxes. The monument is important enough that every detail matters, but famous enough that every detail also arrives inside a long-established framework. People who challenge the timeline often believe the framework came first and the evidence is made to fit it. Mainstream scholars, on the other hand, usually argue the opposite, that the framework exists because the balance of evidence supports it, and somewhere in that disagreement lies the real tension. Not just what date belongs on the pyramid, but how history decides what counts as enough evidence to leave the date where it is. If all this sounds a bit less neat than the version many of us first learned, that is because it is. Ancient Egypt is not a row of labelled boxes. It is a civilization with deep time behind it, gaps in its records, bursts of brilliance, political shifts, regional traditions, sacred continuities, and a habit of making modern people speak far too confidently after watching a single documentary. The Great Pyramid sits at the centre of that problem because it is both richly studied and still strangely resistant to emotional closure. You can know the official date and still feel that something about the monument belongs to a broader, older, or less comfortable story. Take the ordinary visitor's reaction. Very often is not. Ah yes, precisely what I expected from a Fourth Dynasty project. It is something closer to, this is much more serious than I thought. That may sound vague, but it matters. People do not just respond to size, they respond to intent. The Great Pyramid feels intentional in a concentrated way, not decorative, not improvisational, not trying to persuade you with ornament. It feels as though it has no need to charm because it was built from a plan considered sufficient long before the first visitor ever arrived. That contributes to the sense that it belongs to a phase of thought that was already mature. Of course, feelings are not dates, awe is not evidence. And the ancient world is full of things that surprise modern assumptions, because modern assumptions are sometimes rather pampered. We tend to underestimate what ancient states could organise when they were wealthy, focused, and religiously motivated. we also underestimate labour systems that do not resemble our own. So it would be lazy to look at the pyramid, feel impressed, and conclude the timeline must be wrong simply because the building embarrasses our expectations. The argument has to be better than that, and it is better than that, at least in its strongest form. The better version asks not, could ancient Egyptians have built this? Because they plainly built vast and sophisticated things. The better question is, does the Great Pyramid sit comfortably within the development, material culture, architectural sequence and historical context usually assigned to it, or does it show signs of inherited knowledge, anomalous maturity or chronological strain? That is a much stronger and more interesting question. It allows for nuance. It permits evidence to matter. It keeps us away from the sillier end of speculation, while still admitting that some monuments earn their reputations for being difficult. And the Great Pyramid has earned it. Over the course of this journey, we're going to walk through the official chronology, the earlier pyramids, the technical leaps, the plateau itself, the inscriptions and silences, the signs of repair and reuse, the astronomical arguments, and the ongoing battle between cautious scholarship and more radical timelines. Some of those radical claims will turn out to be much weaker than their dramatic presentation suggests. Others will survive longer under scrutiny than critics prefer. That is usually how old mysteries work. The truth is rarely a clean victory for one side and total humiliation for the other. It is more often a long room full of partly right people talking past one another while the stones continue minding their own business. For tonight, though, the important thing is simply to understand why the question exists at all. It exists because the Great Pyramid does not feel like an ordinary monument slotted neatly into a secure century. It exists because the scale, finish, design confidence, and later historical contrast create the impression of a structure that either represents an extraordinary peak or preserves something older than the dynasty named beside it. It exists because human beings notice when one object in a sequence appears strangely complete. And it exists because Egypt's own long past was already old, layered, and partly forgotten even to later Egyptians. In other words, the problem is not that the pyramid has no date. The problem is that its assigned date may answer one question while leaving several others leaning awkwardly against the wall. Was Khufu truly the builder in the straightforward sense most people imagine, commissioning a monument whose methods belonged entirely to his reign? Was he the inheritor of traditions already centuries deep, using knowledge matured over long experimentation now only partially visible to us? Was the site itself carrying a history more ancient than the structure generally allows for in popular retellings? Or are modern eyes simply being fooled by the confidence of ancient stone and reading mystery where disciplined state labour is enough? Those are the questions that make this monument difficult and also irresistible. Because once the neat label starts to loosen, the whole landscape changes. The pyramid stops being a fact you memorise and becomes a problem you walk around. Every angle matters, every comparison matters, every silence matters, and perhaps most of all, the official story itself matters. Because before you can understand why people think the Great Pyramid does not fit Egypt's timeline, you have to know exactly what timeline it is supposed to fit. That means next we need to sit quietly with the version nearly everyone learns first, the dates, the dynasty, the king, the accepted sequence and the polished confidence of the standard account, because only then can we see where the first strain begins to show. To understand why so many people feel the Great Pyramid sits awkwardly inside Egypt's timeline, it helps to slow down and spend some time with the version of the story that nearly everyone learns first, because the official story is not random, careless, or made of a few guesses stacked on top of one another. It is a real historical framework built from texts, archaeology, comparison, excavation, and more than a century of scholarship. The reason this debate has lasted so long is not because there is no official case. It is because the official case is strong enough to matter, and yet not complete enough to stop people from pressing against its edges. In the standard account, the Great Pyramid belongs to the reign of Khufu, an Old Kingdom king of Egypt's Fourth Dynasty, usually placed in the mid-3rd millennium BCE, around the middle of the 26th century BCE. Different chronologies can shift exact regnal years a little, which is normal in ancient history, but the broad setting remains the same. Khufu is understood as one of the early great kings of pyramid-building Egypt, ruling after the important architectural developments associated with his predecessors and before the long later history in which his monument would already be treated as something ancient. In this view, the Great Pyramid is not a stray object in deep time. It is a royal project of a specific king in a specific dynasty during a period when the Egyptian state had the organization, labor, ideology and technical experience to produce something on that scale. That is the core of the official story. Not merely that Khufu's name is linked to the pyramid, but that the pyramid fits into a broader sequence of royal construction that makes sense when seen as part of Old Kingdom development. Khufu himself is not a mythic shadow in the way some very early rulers can be. He appears in later Egyptian king lists and traditions, though not always in the rich, satisfying detail modern people would prefer. His Greek name, Cheops, became more widely known in the classical world, especially through later writers such as Herodotus, who wrote long after the pyramid had already become ancient, and whose account mixed observation, hearsay, memory and storytelling in ways scholars treat with caution. The earlier Egyptian material is more valuable for establishing that Khufu was a real king in a recognized royal line. He was the son of Sneferu in the usual reconstruction, and that matters greatly because Sneferu stands at the center of one of the most important building phases in Egyptian history. Before Khufu comes the architectural runway that makes his monument look less like a miracle appearing from nowhere. That runway begins even earlier, with royal tomb forms such as mastabas, and then the step pyramid complex of Djoser at Saqqara. Djoser's monument, associated with the architect Imhotep in later tradition, shows the Egyptian state learning to build in stone at greater scale, to organize sacred space around a royal tomb, and to express kingship through architecture in a more ambitious way than before. By the time one reaches Sneferu, the story has become even more important. Sneferu is associated with major pyramid projects at Meidum and Dashur, including the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid. In the official view, these monuments preserve the learning curve behind the Great Pyramid. That sequence is one of the strongest pillars of the mainstream chronology. Meidum shows one stage of development. The Bent Pyramid shows an extraordinary and somewhat uneasy transitional moment, famous for its change in angle, which strongly suggests that Egyptian builders were still refining structural judgment, mass distribution, and design choices on very large projects. The Red Pyramid then appears as a more stable true pyramid, often treated as a decisive step toward the confidence later seen at Giza. In other words, Egyptology does not ask anyone to believe that Khufu woke up one morning in a kingdom that had never attempted anything similar, and simply announced the most famous stone monument in the world over breakfast. The official story says that earlier kings, especially Sneferu, had already pushed pyramid architecture through crucial experiments. Khufu inherited the results of those experiments and carried them to a more monumental conclusion. This developmental sequence does a great deal of work in the accepted timeline. It explains why the Great Pyramid can be both astonishing and historically placed. It says, in effect, that the monument is not isolated genius, but the mature outcome of decades of royal investment, engineering practice, administrative experience, quarrying skill, and religious purpose. Religious purpose matters here more than modern people sometimes realize. In the official story, pyramids are not random displays of power. They are bound up with kingship, death, the afterlife, solar ideology, royal rebirth, and the transformation of the deceased ruler into a being fit for the eternal order of the cosmos. Even where details remain debated, the broad understanding is that Old Kingdom royal monuments were designed as part tomb, part ritual center, part expression of sacred kingship. The Great Pyramid at Giza in this reading belongs to a funerary complex, not just a single stone mass planted by itself. It had associated temples, a causeway, subsidiary structures, boat pits, cemeteries, and the wider landscape of royal burial. That broader setting helps scholars place it not merely as an object, but as a functioning part of Old Kingdom mortuary tradition. When archaeologists and historians date a monument like the Great Pyramid, they do not rely on one kind of evidence. They build a case from convergence. One kind of evidence comes from historical chronology, meaning lists of kings, succession sequences, inscriptions, and broader reconstructions of dynastic history. Another comes from archaeology, meaning the context of nearby burials, settlements, work areas, pottery, stone quarrying traces, and patterns consistent with the Old Kingdom. Another comes from architectural comparison. Another comes from inscriptions directly or indirectly related to the monument. Another comes from scientific dating methods such as radiocarbon analysis, though these have their own limitations and ranges. The official date of the Great Pyramid rests not on a single golden label saying built by Khufu in this exact year, but on the combined weight of many lines of evidence that point toward the same general period. One of the most frequently discussed pieces of evidence in this framework is the set of quarry marks found in the relieving chambers above the so-called King's Chamber. These marks, written in red ochre, include work gang names and references interpreted as naming Khufu. To mainstream Egyptology, these are among the most important direct links between the monument and the king. They are not grand carved dedication inscriptions displayed for tourists. They are more like internal construction marks, the sort of practical traces workers leave in spaces never meant to be seen. That is one reason they are often treated as especially valuable. A fake ceremonial inscription would be one thing. Hidden construction markings that fit known Egyptian practices are another. For many scholars, these marks are a major reason the identification with Khufu remains firm. Around the pyramid, the broader Giza complex reinforces the official picture. Nearby cemeteries contain tombs of officials and elites associated with Khufu and his successors. The arrangement of satellite pyramids, mastabas, causeways, and mortuary installations supports the sense that the plateau was being used as a royal necropolis in a dynastic sequence. Khafra and Menkaure, generally understood as Khufu's successors or close successors within the Fourth Dynasty, are associated with the other Great Pyramids at Giza. This clustering matters. The standard interpretation is not that one mysterious structure floated into history and later happened to attract two more famous pyramids beside it. It is that Giza was developed as a royal monumental zone during a specific phase of the Old Kingdom, and the Great Pyramid belongs to that concentrated state project. There is also the evidence from labour organisation. Excavations in the broader Giza area have revealed traces of workers' settlements, bakeries, food provisioning, administrative activity, and the kind of logistical footprint expected from a large royal building program. This has helped move scholarship away from older fantasies of endless slave lines and toward a more grounded picture of rotating labour crews, skilled workers, administrators, quarrymen, haulers, and support personnel operating within the command system of the Egyptian state. In the official story, the Great Pyramid is not only about stone and geometry, it is about administration. A kingdom that can feed, house, organise, and direct a huge workforce has crossed an invisible threshold of power, and the Old Kingdom appears, in many ways, to have done exactly that. The dating of Khufu's reign itself is part of a larger chronological puzzle, because Egyptian chronology is precise in some places and frustratingly elastic in others. Ancient king lists survive in partial and damaged form. Later sources preserve earlier sequences, but not always with perfect reliability. Regnal lengths can be disputed. Some dates depend on astronomical interpretations that scholars have long debated. So when one hears a clean textbook date for Khufu, it is worth remembering that ancient chronology often comes with a little scholarly dust around the edges. Even so, that dust does not usually threaten the whole building. A king may move by a few decades depending on the system used. That is very different from moving a monument by 1,000 years. The official story allows for uncertainty in detail, without surrendering the broad Old Kingdom placement. Radiocarbon dating has also been used in connection with Pyramid Age material, including samples from mortar or associated organic remains, and while results can produce ranges and require careful interpretation, they have broadly supported an Old Kingdom timeframe rather than some dramatically older horizon. This is often less satisfying to people who want one clean scientific answer, because radiocarbon evidence in ancient monuments is not always as simple as dating a neatly sealed wooden beam with a label attached. Samples can reflect reused material, old wood problems, contamination concerns, and interpretive caution. Still, taken broadly, scientific dating has not produced the kind of strong repeated result that would yank the Great Pyramid entirely out of the Fourth Dynasty world. For the mainstream case, that matters a great deal. Another part of the official story involves the style and logic of the pyramid complex itself. The Great Pyramid is not merely a stone mountain, it is part of an architectural language the Egyptians were already speaking. The mortuary temple, the valley temple in principle, the causeway, subsidiary burials, and the ordered royal landscape all point toward known patterns in pharaonic funerary design. Even the internal peculiarities of the Great Pyramid, however much they invite debate, are still usually interpreted within the framework of royal tomb architecture and afterlife symbolism. The ascending passages, the grand gallery, the chamber systems, the orientation, and the broader complex are treated as expressions of elite sacred planning, not proof of some lost civilization suddenly surfacing out of nowhere. From the mainstream point of view, then, the story is not especially mysterious in outline. Egypt was a centralized and increasingly powerful state. It had already developed a deep royal ideology. It had been experimenting in monumental stone architecture for generations. Sneferu's reign in particular shows enormous building ambition and important lessons learned at scale. Khufu inherited a kingdom capable of extraordinary mobilization. He built at Giza on a vast and deliberate scale, producing the Great Pyramid as his funerary monument. His successors continued building there, reinforcing the dynastic placement of the whole complex. Construction marks, archaeological context, surrounding tombs, labour evidence, and chronology all converge toward the Fourth Dynasty. That is why textbooks present the matter with confidence. It is worth noticing, though, what the official story does and does not claim. At its strongest, it does not require that every detail be known. It does not claim we possess Khufu's personal project plan, the complete labour roster, the exact ramp design, or a surviving inscription at the entrance declaring the building's purpose in modern terms. Ancient history rarely gives that kind of luxury. Instead, the official story works the way many historical reconstructions work. It says that the balance of evidence points clearly in one direction, and that alternatives must do more than express amazement. They must explain why the entire surrounding framework also points to the Old Kingdom, if the monument truly belongs elsewhere. This is one reason mainstream scholars can sound so calm about the issue. From their perspective, the Great Pyramid is embedded in context. Not floating, not unattached, embedded. Move it out of the Fourth Dynasty and many related things must be re-explained. The nearby cemeteries must be reconsidered. The work gang evidence must be dismissed or reinterpreted. The developmental sequence from earlier pyramids must be broken or radically revised. The dynastic use of Giza must be made to fit a reused older monument on a scale that leaves surprisingly little unambiguous trace of that older builder's identity. That is not impossible in theory. Ancient sites are reused all the time, but it is a heavier argument than simply saying the monument feels too advanced. And yet even within the official story there are soft spots, or at least places where confidence becomes more interpretive than absolute. The first is the question of direct evidence versus contextual evidence. Khufu's name is linked to the monument, but not through an elaborate dedicatory inscription on the exterior. The most famous direct link comes from internal quarry marks in spaces sealed from ordinary access. For mainstream scholars, this is strong. For skeptics, it is narrower than they would like. The second soft spot is that chronology, though solid in broad outline, is not measured with atomic precision. The third is that building sequence explains much, but not every feeling of anomaly that the Great Pyramid generates when compared to later history. None of these points destroys the official case. They simply explain why the official case remains discussed, rather than existing as a dead and boring matter no one revisits. It also helps to remember how textbooks simplify. A schoolbook sentence often compresses a century of scholarly caution into a form designed to fit beside a picture. The Great Pyramid was built by Khufu around 2560 BCE is a fine summary line, but it flattens all the reasoning beneath it. It hides the distinction between direct proof and cumulative probability. It makes chronology sound cleaner than it is. It smooths over debates about construction methods, chronology margins, labour systems, symbolic functions, and the exact way earlier pyramid projects connect to later perfection. Once people discover the complexity hidden behind the sentence, some of them swing too far and imagine the whole thing must therefore be uncertain. Usually the truth is more balanced than that. The sentence may be simplified, while the broad conclusion still remains highly plausible. This is why the official story deserves patience before it deserves criticism. It has explanatory power. It places the Great Pyramid inside a recognizable historical world. It accounts for the broader Giza setting. It aligns with what is known of Old Kingdom kingship. It fits the sequence from Djoser through Sneferu to the mature pyramids of Giza. It is supported by archaeological context, construction marks, dynastic association, and scientific dating that does not point wildly elsewhere. If one were forced to place the monument somewhere on the timeline using the strongest available mainstream evidence, the Fourth Dynasty remains the obvious home. At the same time, the very smoothness of that story can create its own unease, because the pyramid at the centre of it is so extreme that many people instinctively go back and inspect the stitching. They want to know exactly how Khufu's Egypt should be imagined. They want to feel the continuity, not just hear it stated. They want to see why this monument, of all monuments, should be treated as the natural climax of a sequence, rather than a chronological puzzle politely restrained by consensus. That is fair. History is stronger when it can survive close looking. So the official story, when described carefully, sounds something like this. By the time Khufu came to power, Egypt had already spent generations developing royal monumentality in stone. Earlier tomb forms had evolved into pyramid architecture. Sneferu's reign, in particular, supplied the experiments and technical confidence that made Giza possible. Khufu, ruling in the Fourth Dynasty during the Old Kingdom, commissioned the Great Pyramid as part of a royal funerary complex on the Giza Plateau. The structure is linked to him through internal construction markings and through its place within the broader dynastic and archaeological setting of Giza. The surrounding cemeteries, associated monuments, labour evidence and general chronology all support that placement. In this framework, the Great Pyramid is extraordinary, but not out of time. That is the version nearly everyone learns first, whether in school, on documentaries, or through museum labels. It is orderly, rational, and supported by real evidence. It is also the version against which every later doubt is measured. Because once that timeline is laid out clearly, the next step is to compare the monument itself to the civilization stage it is supposed to represent, and that is where people begin noticing that the fit, while far from impossible, is not always as comfortable as the summary sentence makes it sound. Set the official date beside the Great Pyramid for a moment and leave it there like a neat museum label. Fourth Dynasty, Khufu, Old Kingdom Egypt, around the middle of the 3rd millennium BCE. That label has weight, and we have already spent time with the reasons it exists. But now comes the part that gives the whole subject its lasting pull, because even after learning the accepted chronology, many people still look at the monument and feel a mismatch. Not necessarily a dramatic impossibility, not a cartoon version of history collapsing in a puff of dust, something quieter than that. Something more stubborn. The pyramid often feels older than it should, or perhaps more developed than the stage of civilization it is supposed to represent. It feels out of step. That feeling deserves to be handled carefully because it can send people in two bad directions. One direction is to dismiss it completely and pretend the monument raises no interesting tension at all. The other is to leap straight from tension to certainty and declare the entire historical framework false. Both reactions are a little too eager. The more useful place to stand is in the middle, where discomfort is allowed to exist without becoming a shortcut to fantasy. When people say the Great Pyramid feels out of step with early Egypt, they usually do not mean that Old Kingdom Egyptians were incapable, unsophisticated, or somehow too primitive to build large things. That would be unfair and historically lazy. Egypt by the Fourth Dynasty was already an organised kingdom with a long cultural memory, a developed religious system, trained artisans, administrators, quarrying experience, and a state ideology powerful enough to mobilise immense labour. The problem is not that Egypt was too early in some childish sense. The problem is that the Great Pyramid often looks like the product of a maturity that seems greater than the rest of the picture around it. A simple way to describe the feeling is this. Many ancient works look impressive for their time. The Great Pyramid often looks impressive for any time. That does not prove it is misplaced, but it explains the emotional force of the argument. People expect ancient monuments to reveal their age in the form of visible compromise, a little roughness, a little trial and error. Some parts better than others. Some design choices that feel like the first serious attempt at solving a hard problem. The Great Pyramid does contain imperfections, and specialists can point to them. Yet the overall effect is not one of heroic experimentation. It is one of command. The monument does not feel like a civilization nervously attempting greatness. It feels like a civilization that has already solved several problems in advance. That is one of the first reasons it seems out of step with early Egypt. The structure has a finished quality that is hard to shake off. Earlier monuments help explain where it came from, but they do not always make the leap feel emotionally smaller. Djoser's step pyramid is historically essential, but it is visibly a different form, a different architectural statement. It belongs to an earlier phase of monumental ambition. Sneferu's pyramids matter even more because they show movement toward the true pyramid form, and the bent pyramid especially feels like a structure in which lessons are being learned at great scale, and some of those lessons announce themselves very loudly. The red pyramid looks more resolved. So the official developmental sequence exists. But even with that sequence in mind, the Great Pyramid can still appear to arrive like a piece of full confidence after a period that still looks partly experimental. This is where comparison becomes dangerous and useful at the same time. Dangerous because the mind loves simple visual stories. Useful because monuments really do speak to one another across time. The Great Pyramid is not only bigger than its predecessors, it is more settled, more exact in its overall impression, more severe, less interested in showing the scaffolding of its own becoming. When people talk about it not fitting the timeline, they are often reacting to that sudden severity. It feels as though the tradition should have needed a little longer to get there, or that what got there was drawing on a deeper reserve of knowledge than the surrounding chronology makes obvious. Then there is the issue of internal complexity. A pyramid can be imagined by the casual viewer as a fairly simple idea. Stack stone upward until it becomes a giant triangle and call it a day. Ancient kings were not exactly known for underachieving, but the Great Pyramid is not just a pile. It contains ascending and descending passages, a grand gallery, a subterranean area, chamber systems, relieving spaces, carefully managed loads, and a plan that suggests not only mass but forethought. The internal arrangements do not settle every argument about purpose, yet they add to the sense that this monument belongs to a high phase of design thinking. It is not merely big outside, it is organised inside. And once that thought settles in, the timeline begins to feel more demanding. It is one thing to say a state can gather workers and move stone. It is another to say that the same project also embodies refined surveying, planning, weight management, geometric discipline, and an internal design whose execution leaves later ages still trying to decide exactly what every space was meant to do. Again, none of this makes an Old Kingdom date impossible. It simply raises the threshold of explanation. The more sophisticated the structure feels, the more mature the surrounding civilization must appear if the fit is going to feel comfortable. This is where people often start looking beyond the pyramid itself and comparing it to the wider material culture of early dynastic and Old Kingdom Egypt. Pottery, sculpture, inscriptions, houses, tombs, tools, workshops, administration – all of it forms a picture of a real and capable ancient state, but not always a picture that instinctively prepares the eye for the Great Pyramid. Much of Old Kingdom Egypt is elegant, controlled, and highly organised, yet the pyramid still towers over that world with a kind of excess. It seems to belong to the same civilization, and at the same time to exceed the expected rhythm of its development. Think of a talented musician's early recordings and then imagine that, in the middle of them, one track appears with the control, layering and authority of a much later masterpiece. You could explain it. Perhaps the talent was already there. Perhaps the tools had matured quickly. Perhaps the artist reached an early peak. But you would still notice it. You would still say that one piece feels oddly ahead of the curve. The Great Pyramid gives many people exactly that sensation. It feels like a mature statement placed very early in the story. Another source of tension is the contrast between the monument and what came after. This may be one of the strongest reasons it feels chronologically strange. If the Great Pyramid was simply one step in an upward line, then later monuments should, at least broadly, continue the same level of discipline or surpass it. But that is not what the long arc of pyramid building gives us. Later pyramids certainly continued to be built, and the tradition remained important, but the sense of total mastery attached to Giza is not steadily amplified by later examples. In many cases, the opposite impression emerges. Some later pyramids were smaller, some used different construction choices, some suffered more heavily from age and design limits, some look like the heirs of a tradition whose brightest technical concentration had already happened. Civilizations do not always improve in a straight line, of course. That is an assumption modern people find comforting, because it lets us imagine history as a staircase. Real history is more like a shoreline. Energy gathers, breaks, retreats, changes direction, and returns in another form. States lose resources, skilled specialists disappear, political unity weakens, ideology shifts, environmental pressures matter. So the existence of later decline does not by itself make the Great Pyramid anomalous. But it does contribute to the feeling that the monument arrived strangely complete, as though the peak was front-loaded. And once a peak seems front-loaded, people begin to wonder what foundations lay behind it. This is one reason the phrase "older than it should be" can mean more than literal age. Sometimes it means older in knowledge. The Great Pyramid can feel like the end result of a longer memory than the dynastic label beside it reveals. Even if Khufu commissioned it, the monument may still seem to embody traditions, surveying methods, sacred spatial logic, and engineering understanding that had been accumulating beyond the clean sequence most popular retellings provide. In that sense, saying it feels older is not always saying the blocks were laid thousands of years before Khufu. It is sometimes saying the intellectual roots seem deeper than the rain attached to the finished structure. The site itself adds to this impression. Giza is not a lonely experiment. It is a deliberate landscape. The plateau was chosen, organised, cut, aligned, and filled with linked structures. The Great Pyramid belongs to that larger setting, yet it also dominates it so completely that people often start imagining the plateau as an inherited sacred place, rather than a site made significant only by one king's ambition. Ancient rulers regularly built on places already charged with meaning. They reused, extended, appropriated, and monumentalized sacred ground. So the feeling that Giza may have carried a deeper past is not in itself unreasonable. What remains debated is how deep that past really was, and whether it changes the dating of the monument, or only the dating of the site's importance. Stonework plays its part too. The Great Pyramid is often discussed in terms of impossible perfection, which can be exaggerated. The blocks are not all mystical laser-cut miracles, and specialists rightly push back against that kind of language. Yet exaggeration does not erase the real achievement. The scale of quarrying, transport, fit, alignment and casing quality, once present, still produces an impression of disciplined execution. Even after casing stones have largely vanished and time has taken its share, the monument continues to look as though it was managed by people who are not improvising. That contributes to the sense of chronological discomfort. We tend to accept ancient brilliance more easily when it arrives decorated with visible struggle. The Great Pyramid preserves too much composure for that easy comfort. There is also a psychological factor that should not be ignored. The monument has been famous for so long that people often approach it already primed for mystery. That can distort judgment. It can make normal ancient complexity feel supernatural. But the reverse distortion also happens. Because mystery attracts exaggeration, cautious scholars sometimes lean hard in the opposite direction and speak as though every feature of the monument is not only explainable but fully demystified. That tone can sound tidy, yet it may flatten genuine oddities. The Great Pyramid is explainable in many ways, but it is still unusual even within Egypt. Pretending it is not unusual does not strengthen the official case. It merely makes alternative voices more attractive than they need to be. Another reason the pyramid feels out of step is that the documentary evidence surrounding it is thinner than modern minds want for something so monumental. We have context, quarry marks, surrounding burials, labour traces, dynastic logic, and architectural sequence. That is real evidence. But many people instinctively expect a monument of this scale to be accompanied by richer, louder, more obvious textual self-description. They imagine inscriptions bragging about construction, records listing grand decisions, or narratives celebrating the king's greatest achievement in the way later empires might publicize monumental works. The relative silence around the Great Pyramid, at least by modern expectation, feeds the feeling that something about it escapes its official setting. Ancient Egypt, however, does not always preserve what we wish it preserved. Bureaucratic documentation rarely survives in the lavish way fantasy prefers. Stone lasts longer than papyrus. Sacred architecture can outlast the chatter that produced it. Even so, the mismatch between the monument's scale and the sparseness of explicit contemporary explanation leaves a psychological gap, and gaps invite older stories. A building that feels too mature and too silent will always attract thoughts of lost predecessors. The term early Egypt itself can mislead here, because by Khufu's time Egypt was already ancient by the standards of many later civilizations. Kingdom formation, regional traditions, writing, elite craft, ritual systems, and centralized rule had all been developing for centuries. The Great Pyramid does not emerge from humanity's childhood. It emerges from a state that already had deep roots. Yet even once that correction is made, the monument still creates strain. It is not simply advanced for so primitive Egypt. That would be a foolish framing. It feels advanced even for the early mature phase of pharaonic Egypt to which it is assigned. That is the more precise version of the discomfort. One can see this in the way people talk after visiting older Egyptian sites in sequence. At some monuments, the reaction is admiration mixed with comprehension. You can sense the builders working within familiar ancient patterns. At Giza, especially with the Great Pyramid, admiration often outruns comprehension. Not because the stones are magical, but because the total integration of size, orientation, internal planning, and mass makes the structure feel less like a developing tradition and more like a declaration. It has an almost inconvenient level of confidence. That confidence matters more than mystery language. A civilization can make a rough giant. It takes a different stage of maturity to make a giant that seems to know exactly what it is doing. The Great Pyramid gives that impression so strongly that it alters how people read time itself. They start to think that either the official timeline understates how much Egypt already knew by the Fourth Dynasty, or the monument carries inheritance from something older than the neat dynastic picture reveals, or both. There is also a habit in scholarship and popular history alike of compressing development. We say pyramid building evolved, as though that phrase solves everything. In reality, evolution in stone requires institutions, specialists, transmission of practical skill, repeated failure, correction, surveying traditions, quarry logistics, and confidence in administrative control. When people study the Great Pyramid closely, they often feel the hidden labour of that long development pressing backward beyond what the textbook sequence seems able to show in full detail. The monument feels as though many invisible chapters lie behind it, whether those missing phases were made of experiments that did not survive, knowledge passed through workshops and priesthoods, or precedents still not fully recognised. Some of the strongest mainstream responses to this feeling are perfectly fair. Yes, ancient state projects can advance quickly when rulers are determined and resources are concentrated. Yes, the sequence from Djoser to Snefru to Khufu is real and substantial. Yes, modern people routinely underestimate ancient surveying and stoneworking. Yes, the Great Pyramid was once smoother and more visually perfect because of casing, making us prone to compare the stripped core unfairly with later ruins. Yes, the monument belongs to a broader funerary landscape that ties it to known Old Kingdom practice. All of this pushes back against overstatement, and rightly so. But even after granting every one of those points, the monument still has a way of making the timeline feel compressed. That is the crucial thing. The official explanation can be persuasive and the emotional strain can still remain. Those two facts can live together. A monument can belong to a given age and still seem strangely mature within it. It can be correctly dated and still feel older in style, authority, or implied inheritance. It can fit on paper and sit a little awkwardly in the imagination. That awkwardness is precisely what keeps the debate alive. Not because the evidence clearly demands a vastly older civilization, but because the Great Pyramid encourages the suspicion that Egypt's visible timeline may only be the polished upper surface of a deeper developmental story. Perhaps the structure was a Fourth Dynasty achievement built by Khufu's state, yet one that drew on a longer tradition than surviving evidence shows clearly. Perhaps what feels too old is really the age of the knowledge condensed inside it. Or perhaps the monument's unusual power lies in its ability to make every civilization around it, even its own, appear younger by comparison. That last possibility should not be dismissed. Some buildings do not merely belong to history, they bend the way history feels. The Great Pyramid has that effect. It stands so firmly, so sparingly, and with such indifference to explanation that it makes the rest of its age look less settled. It does not need to be prehistoric to do that. It only needs to be unusually concentrated, unusually disciplined, and unusually early in the sequence where that level of discipline appears. So when someone says the Great Pyramid feels older than it should, the most thoughtful reading of that statement is not immediate agreement or immediate ridicule. It is this: the monument seems to display a maturity that many people find difficult to reconcile, at least comfortably, with the developmental pace they imagined for early Old Kingdom Egypt. That impression may arise from misunderstanding. It may arise from genuine compression in the historical record. More likely it arises from a mix of both, with real brilliance on one side and incomplete evidence on the other. And once that impression settles in, the next problem comes into view almost on its own. If the Great Pyramid feels too mature for the timeline, then the obvious place to look is behind it. Not at the finished monument first, but at the road that is supposed to lead there. How gradual was that road, really? How visible are the missing steps? How much of the warm-up survives in stone, and how much seems strangely absent? That is where the puzzle grows sharper, because the more closely people inspect the developmental path before Giza, the more some of them begin to feel that the biggest monument in the story arrives with less visible preparation than a structure of that confidence ought to have needed. Once people get past the first feeling that the Great Pyramid seems unusually mature for its official date, the next place they naturally look is the developmental path behind it. If a structure feels too complete, too settled, too technically confident for the point in history where it is placed, then the obvious question becomes very simple. Where is the full warm-up? Where are the clearly visible stages that make this level of achievement feel expected rather than startling? This is where the discussion begins to trouble people, because Egypt absolutely does have earlier monuments, earlier tombs, earlier pyramid experiments, and earlier phases of state organisation. No serious person has to pretend the Great Pyramid appears from nowhere, but many people, even after accepting that there were real predecessors, still come away feeling that the runway is shorter than it ought to be. That feeling is not based on one thing. It comes from several smaller impressions stacking on top of one another. One impression comes from the gap between forms, another comes from the speed of apparent refinement, another comes from the difference between building something large and building something large with very exact planning, and another comes from the sense that certain invisible skills must have existed for quite a while before they could be expressed so fully at Giza, yet those invisible skills do not always leave an equally satisfying trail in the surviving material. The standard developmental story begins comfortably enough. Early royal tombs in Egypt were mastabas, rectangular superstructures over burial spaces, built in mud brick and then, in some cases, in more ambitious forms. The royal tomb tradition was already developing ideas about sacred space, burial, power, and monumentality. Then comes the step pyramid complex of Djoser at Saqqara, which is one of the great turning points in Egyptian architecture. That monument matters enormously because it shows something fundamental. The Egyptian state was no longer content with modest burial structures for kings. It was thinking in stone, thinking at scale, and thinking in organised monumental complexes. The step pyramid was not just a bigger tomb. It was a new kind of royal statement. So far, so good. There is clearly a development underway. But the step pyramid, for all its importance, does not make the Great Pyramid feel inevitable. It looks like what it is. An earlier stage, historically brilliant, architecturally ambitious, but still visibly different in concept. It is a stacked form, an expanded version of older ideas rather than the final clean pyramid shape most people have in mind when they think of Giza. That is not a problem by itself. Development often moves through forms that are recognisably transitional. The trouble begins when people try to measure how much architectural, engineering and organisational maturation must still happen after Djoser before the Great Pyramid becomes plausible, not just in theory, but in feeling. That is where Sneferu becomes central. Without Sneferu, the official story would be much shakier, because his reign provides the strongest evidence that Egypt was indeed working through major pyramid problems before Khufu. The pyramid at Meidum, though complicated in its own history and interpretation, is often brought into this story as part of the transition from step forms toward true pyramids. Then the bent pyramid appears at Dashur, and it is almost impossible to overstate how important that structure is for the mainstream case. It looks like experimentation at monumental scale. Its change in angle is a reminder written in stone that Egyptian builders were dealing with real structural challenges and making serious decisions under pressure. It shows a civilization learning, correcting, and adapting. Then comes the Red Pyramid, also associated with Sneferu, which appears far more stable and complete, often described as the first successful true pyramid in the full sense. That sequence matters because it answers the simplest criticism. No, Khufu did not invent pyramid building from nothing. No, Egypt was not just idly stacking bricks one generation and producing Giza the next. There was experimentation. There was learning. There was a real architectural story unfolding. And yet, even after granting all of that, many people still feel the warm-up is not warm enough. Part of the reason is that the visible sequence explains form more easily then it explains total system mastery. It is one thing to learn how to arrive at the external shape of a true pyramid. It is another to master orientation, internal planning, immense logistics, casing quality, passage systems, chamber placement, load management, and the overall calm confidence of the Great Pyramid's execution. The earlier pyramids help explain how Egypt got to the idea. They do not always make the total leap in performance feel gradual. Think of it this way. If you were shown a series of musical instruments increasing in quality over time, and then suddenly handed a concert grand piano of astonishing refinement, you might accept that the earlier instruments were genuinely leading there. But you might still feel that some stages of craft development were missing from the display. You would suspect that more experimentation, more workshop history, more invisible trial and error had to exist than the surviving pieces alone can show. That is more or less how many people react to the Great Pyramid. The earlier monuments are real, they matter, but they do not always satisfy the appetite for all the missing steps. Another issue is scale combined with precision. Earlier large projects can prove ambition, but the Great Pyramid asks people to imagine ambition disciplined by extraordinary control. A civilization can have the desire to build big long before it has fully matured the systems needed to build big with exacting alignment and complex internal planning. The Great Pyramid seems to require not just determination, but a whole ecology of stable expertise. Surveyors who know what they are doing, quarry organisation at scale, teams capable of shaping, transporting and placing large quantities of stone with repeatable competence, designers who can think in 3 dimensions across a massive project, administrators who can manage labour, food, timing and supply, skilled specialists who can coordinate internal spaces within a monument whose outer form appears deceptively simple. The more you think about that invisible ecology, the more some people feel that the surviving earlier stages are not rich enough to display its full emergence. This is where the phrase missing development stages can be misunderstood. It does not necessarily mean that earlier stages literally never existed. More often it means they are not visible enough in the record to make the Great Pyramid feel like the natural next step. The archaeological record is not obliged to preserve every workshop, every training method, every failed design, every regional experiment, or every temporary construction technique. Much of human skill vanishes almost immediately after use, especially when it belongs to labour organisation, oral transmission, practical geometry, or tools that do not survive well. So one cautious answer to the warm-up problem is simply that much of the developmental path was real, but poorly preserved. That is a fair answer. It may even be the correct one. But because it depends on invisible or missing evidence, it never fully relaxes the people who want to see the steps, not just infer them. The problem becomes sharper when people compare the Great Pyramid not only to what comes before it, but also to what comes after. If the monument represents the culmination of a rapidly successful developmental phase, why does later pyramid building so often seem less convincing to the eye? Why does the line not continue upward in a way that makes Giza feel like a midpoint rather than a summit? Mainstream scholars have plenty of answers. Political conditions changed, resources shifted, royal priorities changed, construction methods evolved for practical reasons, stone casing was lost from many monuments, time has not treated every site equally. All of that is true. But psychologically, the comparison still deepens the sense that Giza arrived with unusual completeness, and that the full arc of development around it is harder to see than a neat textbook diagram suggests. There is also the question of labour organisation, which is often discussed in overly simple terms. People sometimes act as though once a state has many workers, everything else automatically follows. But sheer manpower is not the same thing as organised capability. A large building project is not just a crowd problem, it is a systems problem. You need supply chains, schedules, supervisors, specialised crews, quarrying knowledge, transport routines, and planning that remains coherent over years. The Great Pyramid strongly implies that such systems existed in highly effective form. Egyptologists point, rightly, to evidence of worker settlements, provisioning and state control around Giza. That helps the official case. But the emotional force of the warm-up problem remains because people still want to understand how quickly such a complete systems culture emerged and why its earlier stages do not appear with equal clarity. The internal features of the Great Pyramid add another layer. An external pyramid shape can develop by imitation and increasing ambition, but internal arrangements of the kind seen at Giza suggest a more concentrated kind of design intelligence. There is the descending passage, the ascending passage, the grand gallery, the chamber spaces, the relieving chambers above the so-called King's Chamber, and the strange mix of elements that continues to produce debate over use and symbolic meaning. Earlier pyramids and royal tombs certainly had internal spaces, but the Great Pyramid's interior contributes to the impression that we are not just looking at more of the same on a bigger scale. We are looking at a monument in which multiple lines of planning have converged very effectively. That pushes the question backward. Where exactly was this level of integrated internal design being worked out in fully visible stages? Some people answer by pointing to the nature of elite knowledge in ancient states. Knowledge does not always leave monuments at every step of its growth. It can accumulate in priestly circles, surveying traditions, quarry crews, royal workshops, and families of specialized workers. It can be transmitted through practice more than text. It can appear suddenly in the historical record not because it was newly invented, but because that is the first moment when political will, resources, and sacred purpose aligned enough to express it at full scale. That is a smart answer, and probably part of the truth. But it also quietly concedes the basic feeling. Yes, the full development may not be visible. Yes, much of the warm-up may have happened off-stage. That off-stage quality is exactly what troubles people. There is a similar issue with tools. Debates over tools often become exaggerated in both directions. On one side, some people insist that copper tools and stone pounders are so obviously insufficient that the official story must be nonsense. On the other side, some speak as though once copper is mentioned, every difficulty disappears and the matter becomes boring. Reality is less dramatic. Ancient Egyptian stoneworking was capable and disciplined. Experimental archaeology has shown that large amounts of hard work can achieve things modern people often underestimate. But the Great Pyramid still leaves a strong impression of controlled execution at remarkable scale. Even if the tools were sufficient, the skill system behind their use must have been very mature, and again the question returns. Where do we see that maturity assembling itself in a way equal to the monument that supposedly crowns it? The casing stones provide another example. The pyramid today looks rougher than it once did because most of its fine outer limestone casing is gone. When intact, the structure would have appeared far more crisp and deliberate. This should, in theory, make the official developmental story easier to accept, because we are often judging the monument in a damaged state while still finding it overwhelming. Yet the casing issue can cut the other way too. The knowledge that it was once even more exact, even more visually composed, only intensifies the sense that we're dealing with a project of extreme finish, not just massive labour. The warm-up required for that kind of finish begins to feel longer in the imagination, not shorter. Sometimes the trouble comes down to a mismatch between visible architecture and invisible institutions. We can point to earlier pyramids, but the Great Pyramid seems to require more than earlier architecture. It requires mature institutions, a state that can repeatedly train and coordinate specialist labour, a surveying tradition capable of remarkable orientation, a quarrying and transport regime that functions reliably, a sacred ideology strong enough to justify immense concentration of effort. When people say the development stages feel missing, they often mean not only missing buildings, but missing institutional depth made visible in the record. The Old Kingdom certainly had institutions. The question is whether the visible record makes them feel proportionate to what Giza achieves. There is also a subtle issue of narrative compression. Historical summaries often jump too quickly from Egypt had earlier pyramids to therefore the Great Pyramid is an expected culmination. That sentence skips over the lived difficulty of invention. Development is not merely having earlier versions, it is having enough prior complexity to make the later result feel natural. The bent pyramid helps because it shows that Egyptian builders confronted problems openly. But one highly informative experiment does not automatically make the leap to Giza emotionally smooth. In fact, for some observers, the bent pyramid has the opposite effect. It reminds them how difficult such building really was, which then makes the Great Pyramid's composure look even more striking. And then there is the possibility of lost experiments. This idea sits in a middle ground between strict mainstream caution and dramatic alternative timelines. One does not need to believe in a vanished Ice Age civilization to think that Egypt may have passed through more developmental stages than survive clearly in stone. Temporary structures, failed projects, small-scale regional experiments, and practical knowledge transmitted without grand monuments could all have contributed to the final achievement. If that is true, the warm-up was real, but we no longer possess enough of it to watch the full sequence comfortably. This is one of the most reasonable ways to preserve the official chronology while explaining the sense of missing steps. But it also leaves open another thought. If parts of the developmental sequence are missing, how confident should we be when speaking as though the story is straightforward? Not false, but straightforward. The Great Pyramid may belong to Khufu's age and still preserve the final form of a longer and murkier history than the surviving monuments alone can show. That possibility matters because it weakens the lazy opposition people sometimes create between textbook date and ancient mystery. History is often both more grounded and more incomplete than either side wants. This is also the point where some observers begin to look at the Giza plateau itself differently. Rather than asking only how the pyramid form developed, they start asking whether the site choice, landscape preparation, and larger sacred setting hint at a longer accumulation of importance. Perhaps the missing warm-up is not only architectural, but geographical and ritual. A site can be prepared by centuries of meaning before its most famous monument is erected. If so, then what feels too complete at Giza may partly reflect inheritance. Khufu's builders may have inherited not just techniques from predecessors like Sneferu, but a place already charged with significance, a horizon already studied, a plateau already bound to royal or cosmic ideas. That would not make the pyramid itself older, but it would make the story behind it deeper. None of this proves that the official timeline is wrong. It proves something more modest and more interesting. The Great Pyramid demands a developmental backstory of unusual richness. The earlier monuments provide a real backstory, but for many people they do not provide enough of one. The visible arc from Mastabas to Step Pyramid to Sneferu's experiments to Khufu's masterpiece is logically coherent, yet still feels compressed when held against the monument itself. That compression is where the trouble starts. Not at the level of fantasy, but at the level of proportion. The proportion between visible preparation and final achievement feels off, and once people begin to feel that proportion slipping, they start measuring the leap more closely. Not just in terms of shape, but in terms of stone quality, quarrying demands, layout precision, internal design, institutional maturity, and the contrast with later pyramids. The monument begins to look less like a final exam following a long clear syllabus, and more like the appearance of a student whose notes from the previous semester have somehow gone missing. You can tell the work is related, you can even see the path in outline. But you still suspect there were more lessons than the surviving paperwork shows. That suspicion does not settle anything by itself. It does, however, make the next question unavoidable. If the visible developmental path before Giza feels shorter than the finished monument seems to require, then where exactly does the leap become most obvious? At what point do size, precision and technical control stop looking like steady growth and start looking like acceleration? Because that is where the argument moves next. away from general impressions and toward the details of craft itself, into the matter of stone, scale, fitting, alignment, and the uncomfortable feeling that the jump in execution may have arrived faster than the surviving history of early Egypt seems ready to account for. The point where this question starts to feel less like a vague impression and more like a real pressure on the timeline is when people stop looking only at the pyramid as a silhouette and begin paying attention to the combination of stone, skill, and scale. Any one of those on its own can be explained. Ancient states can build in stone. Skilled workers can do things later ages underestimate. Big projects can happen when rulers have enough authority and enough labour. But the Great Pyramid is not merely stone, or merely skill, or merely scale. It is all three at once, fused so tightly that the finished monument gives the impression of a leap arriving faster than expected. That phrase matters. Not impossible, not supernatural, faster than expected. The distinction is important because a lot of bad arguments begin by pretending there are only two options. Either the textbook is perfectly right in every detail, and the pyramid raises no unusual issues at all, or else some lost global civilization, alien engineer, or time-travelling surveyor must have appeared with a toolkit and a flair for understatement. Real historical thinking has more room than that. The Great Pyramid can belong to Egypt, and still force hard questions about how quickly certain levels of execution seem to appear in the surviving record. The first thing to notice is that precision is a slippery word. It gets thrown around so carelessly in pyramid discussions that it can start to mean everything and nothing at once. Some people use it to suggest impossible perfection, which is not helpful because the pyramid is not perfect in the magical sense sometimes advertised. It has irregularities. Measurements vary. Stones are not all machine-like. Surfaces have suffered damage. Ancient work, even very good ancient work, still reflects human labour. On the other hand, the existence of imperfections does not erase the broader achievement. A monument does not need to be flawless to be astonishingly controlled. The Great Pyramid gives that broader impression of control very strongly. Its base is large enough that any meaningful inaccuracy would have multiplied as the project rose. Its orientation toward the cardinal directions has long impressed observers. Its overall geometry reflects deliberate planning, not rough approximation. The interior requires passage placement and chamber arrangement inside a vast stone mass, which means the external form and the internal system had to belong to the same coherent plan. That is the kind of thing people react to when they speak of precision. Not fantasy perfection, but repeatable competence on a scale where errors become expensive very quickly. That is where the timeline begins to feel compressed. Large stone building is already demanding. Large stone building with consistent alignment and coordinated internal planning is more demanding. The Great Pyramid asks us to imagine not only ambition, but a level of procedural stability. Surveying must be reliable, layout must be consistent, work crews must be controlled, material movement must be organised. Decisions made at one stage must still be serving a coherent final design much later in the build. That sort of stability does not usually emerge in a blink. It tends to grow through institutions, practice, error correction, and repeated success. And that is the heart of the complaint many people have. The leap in procedural stability seems to arrive very fast. Earlier monuments help, but they do not dissolve the feeling. The step pyramid shows major ambition and the move into truly monumental stone expression. Sneferu's pyramids show experimentation with the true pyramid form and the technical risks involved. That part of the official story is real and valuable, but the Great Pyramid often still feels like more than the next step. It feels like a stride. The external form becomes more exact. The mass becomes more commanding. The layout appears calmer. The internal features intensify the sense of design maturity. The overall result gives an impression not merely of learning, but of lessons already digested. Take the issue of foundation and levelling. This is not the most glamorous topic, which may be why it deserves more attention than it usually gets. Before a monument like the Great Pyramid can become impressive in height, it has to become disciplined at ground level. A base that large cannot behave well if the preparation beneath it is careless. The plateau had to be read, cut, and managed. That means the builders were not just moving blocks. They were imposing order on a site at large scale before the visible monument even began to dominate the horizon. People tend to imagine pyramid building as a dramatic upward act. In reality, much of the sophistication begins in horizontal decisions. Once that becomes clear, the pyramid starts to look even less like a giant pile, and more like the expression of a strong planning culture. Then there is orientation. The Great Pyramid's alignment is one of those subjects that can be discussed too dramatically, yet even stripped of drama it remains impressive. Achieving close orientation to true north on a monument of this size is not a casual accident. It implies surveying methods that are not just symbolic but effective. Egyptians were sky watchers, practical measurers, and careful organisers of sacred space. None of that is in dispute. But the more tightly people focus on orientation, the more they feel that the underlying measuring tradition must already have been mature. A civilization does not usually stumble into high-confidence directional control at this scale, unless it has been practicing the relevant disciplines for a while. That is one reason the leap feels fast. Measuring traditions rarely leave monuments at every stage of their refinement. A society may possess very capable surveyors long before the surviving record gives us a full visual history of how that capability grew. So once again, one possible answer is that the missing development existed but left only partial traces. That is plausible. Yet it still means the Great Pyramid is expressing an inheritance whose visible trail feels thinner than the result itself. The stonework complicates matters further. Not all pyramid stones are equal. The core blocks, casing stones, internal chamber stones, and certain larger elements raise different questions. Casual accounts often jumble them together and then either exaggerate everything or flatten everything. A more careful view reveals variation. The vast majority of stone in the pyramid is not polished luxury masonry in the modern sense. Much of it is practical mass. But practical mass at this scale is still a feat, because quarrying, transporting, placing, and organising huge amounts of stone is itself a profound state achievement. And when the practical mass is combined with more demanding areas, especially fine casing and carefully managed internal spaces, the total impression becomes harder to shrug off. The casing stones are especially important in shaping the sense of lost precision. Today, the pyramid looks stepped and rough because most of its original outer casing is gone. When newly finished, it would have looked far cleaner and far more exact to the eye. That matters because we are often judging the monument in a stripped condition and still finding it overpoweringly composed. The thought that it was once even more geometrically crisp only intensifies the sense that this was not merely a huge effort, but a huge effort executed with unusual finish. It is one thing to assemble a mountain. It is another to give that mountain a skin so controlled that later ages remember the surface almost as much as the size. And yet the argument is not just about looking neat, it is about the combination of neatness and logistics. Moving one carefully shaped stone is not astonishing. Moving vast quantities of stone in a way that supports a coherent geometric plan is something else. The Great Pyramid requires people to imagine thousands upon thousands of acts of extraction, shaping, hauling, positioning, and adjustment converging without the whole enterprise dissolving into drift. That is why so much alternative speculation gathers around construction, because once a project reaches that scale, the mind instinctively looks for simplifying explanations. But the simplification is exactly the trap. The more honest reaction is not, therefore impossible, but this required a very strong system, and the visible rise of that system may not be as gradual in the record as one would expect. The internal granite elements add to the discomfort. Granite is not the same working problem as ordinary limestone. It is harder, less forgiving, and more demanding to move and shape. The so-called King's Chamber and associated features often become central in discussions for that reason. Even if one takes the most grounded view, ancient workers dealing with granite at that scale and in that context imply a high level of planning, labour coordination, and practical stone knowledge. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that hard stone can be worked with ancient methods given enough time, abrasive material, organisation, and skill. That matters. But demonstrations of possibility do not automatically settle the historical feeling of acceleration. They show that the work can be done, not how slowly or quickly the larger cultural mastery behind it became stable enough to be used so confidently. This is where people sometimes talk past one another. A mainstream scholar may say, correctly, that no supernatural technology is required. A skeptic may respond that this does not address why the leap to this level of execution seems so abrupt. Both can be partly right. The absence of magic does not erase the question of developmental pace. In fact, once the work is kept firmly inside human capability, the question of skill transmission becomes more important, not less. Human capability at this level depends on training, repetition, management, accumulated knowledge, and institutional memory. If the Great Pyramid displays those things in concentrated form, then where do we see them gathering themselves with enough richness to make the final result feel expected? One answer lies in the invisible world of specialists. Ancient states do not preserve all the stages of skill formation equally. The hand that learns to judge weight, angle, fit, or surface does not necessarily leave a grand monument recording its apprenticeship. Workshops train by doing, surveyors teach through practice, quarry methods improve across generations in places that may leave modest traces. Administrative routines become normal precisely because they are repeated, and repeated routines rarely advertise themselves as dramatic breakthroughs. By the time a king commissions a massive monument, much of the necessary ability may already exist beneath the level of what history can show neatly. That is a sensible answer, perhaps the most sensible, but notice what it admits. The leap may feel fast because so much of the real development happened in forms that survive poorly. That means the discomfort remains, even if the official timeline is still broadly right. Scale makes all of this harder to ignore. There are many finely worked ancient objects in the world. There are also many huge ancient structures. The Great Pyramid combines huge structure with demanding geometric discipline in a way that magnifies every question about planning. Small errors repeated over a large base become serious. Poor sequencing inside a giant project becomes costly. Weak labour organisation produces chaos. The monument seems to avoid enough of that chaos to leave the impression of a state apparatus already very practised in difficult tasks. It is not just that people knew how to cut stone. It is that they knew how to fold stone, cutting into a multi-year, multi-level, carefully staged act of national concentration. Sometimes it helps to compare not the Great Pyramid to fantasy alternatives, but to ordinary large projects in any era. Complexity has a way of revealing itself through administration more than through heroics. A building of this scale is not conquered by enthusiasm, it is conquered by process. Food must arrive, crews must rotate, decisions must remain consistent, the site must function day after day, tools must be maintained, quarry output must align with need, transport routes must work, supervisors must understand more than their own narrow task. In that sense, the Great Pyramid is as much an achievement of bureaucracy as masonry. And bureaucratic maturity is one of the things people do not always feel they can fully see warming up before Giza. Another aspect of the leap concerns confidence in design. There is a difference between solving a problem and solving it as though one already trusts the solution. The Great Pyramid gives the latter impression. Its overall form does not feel tentative. It feels committed. Even where there are debates about internal changes during construction or unresolved issues of function, the finished monument still conveys strong conceptual authority. That makes people imagine a design culture behind it that is not just experimental, but settled enough to act boldly. Yet the more settled the design culture seems, the longer its unseen roots begin to feel. This is part of why later imitations do not always comfort the official picture as much as one might expect. If Giza were simply one point in a smooth upward line of increasingly controlled execution, then the sense of a rapid leap might fade. But later monuments often complicate the story. They can show continuity of tradition, while still making the Great Pyramid look unusually concentrated in quality. That does not prove an older date. It does, however, feed the suspicion that the highest precision and scale arrived in a burst that feels slightly out ahead of the visible record supporting it. The language people use around this is revealing. They often say the pyramid should have more precedents, more obvious prototypes, more unmistakable stepping stones. Should is a dangerous word in history, because the past is under no obligation to satisfy our sense of proper developmental pacing. Real innovation can cluster. States can rise quickly. Concentrated royal ambition can accelerate technical expression. Knowledge can travel through channels that do not leave a dramatic monument at every stage. All true. But once all those cautions are granted, the feeling persists because the Great Pyramid is not merely advanced. It is advanced in several interacting ways at once. That is why the leap feels quick. Size alone can be explained. Surveying alone can be explained. Fine outer finish alone can be explained. Internal planning alone can be explained. All of them together in one monument create the impression of a civilization hitting a remarkably high note, very early and very firmly. There is also the issue of time depth within reigns. We tend to attach monuments to individual kings and imagine their construction mostly within a single reign's administrative horizon, which is fair as a historical label, but can distort how knowledge actually accumulates. Khufu may stand at the centre of the official story, but the skills expressed in the Great Pyramid would not have been invented because he sat on the throne. They would have been inherited, refined, coordinated, and deployed under his authority. That means the real question is not whether Khufu's Egypt could do it in a vacuum, but how deep the technical culture behind Khufu already was. Once framed that way, the apparent leap becomes less an accusation against the date itself and more an invitation to ask whether the timeline of visible monuments understates the age of the practical knowledge involved. That is a far more interesting possibility than most popular arguments allow. The Great Pyramid may not be older in blocks, but older in skill, older in method, older in the quiet habits of measurement and management that made it possible. A monument can be built at one point in time while preserving capabilities cultivated long before. If so, the leap we think we see may partly be a problem of preservation. We are seeing the finished harvest, but not enough of the seasons that led to it. Still, the effect on the observer is the same. The jump in execution feels steep. The monument appears to crystallize several difficult competencies at once. Even careful, mainstream-friendly explanations often end up sounding like this. Yes, the sequence is real, but much of the development was probably invisible to us. Yes, the tools were sufficient, but the skill behind them must have been very advanced. Yes, the state could organize the labor, but its organizational maturity may be richer than the surviving record lets us watch directly. Those are good answers. There are also admissions that the visible runway is thinner than the finished machine would make us expect. And so the problem sharpens. The more closely one looks at stone, skill, and scale, the less satisfying it becomes to say simply that Egypt built pyramids, and therefore Giza is just one more pyramid. The Great Pyramid is not just one more of anything, it is a convergence point. That is why it keeps pulling debate toward itself. It compresses quarrying, surveying, administration, design, and symbolic authority into a single object so large that people can walk around it for hours and still feel they have not caught up with the decisions it contains. Once that feeling sets in, another question begins to form behind it. If the leap in execution seems steep, perhaps the answer lies not only in missing technical stages, but in what the site itself already offered. Maybe the story is not just about a king deciding to build brilliantly, but about inheriting a plateau, a sacred landscape, and a prepared horizon whose history may run deeper than the neat dynastic label suggests. Because when a monument looks too confident for its moment, sometimes the missing explanation is not hidden inside the blocks alone, but waiting in the ground beneath them, in the place chosen before the first stone was lifted. By the time Khufu is usually said to have begun his great monument at Giza, the plateau was not simply an empty patch of convenient rock waiting for a king to have a bright idea. That is one of the most important things to understand if the Great Pyramid is ever going to make sense inside a fuller historical picture. Monumental buildings do not only inherit techniques, they inherit places, they inherit old paths, sacred habits, practical advantages, remembered landscapes, quarry logic, political geography, and sometimes meanings already so settled that later builders no longer need to explain them. A king may commission the visible structure, but he often does so on ground that has already been chosen by history long before he arrives. That is what makes the Giza Plateau worth lingering over. Once you stop looking only at the Great Pyramid and start looking at the place beneath it, the whole discussion becomes deeper and more complicated. The question is no longer just how one king built one monument. The question becomes what sort of landscape Khufu's builders were stepping into, and how much of the final achievement at Giza depended on inheritance rather than invention. The official story, in its simplest form, says that Khufu selected Giza as the site of his pyramid complex, and that his successors continued royal building there, turning the plateau into one of the most famous necropolises in human history. That account has real force behind it. The Fourth Dynasty clearly transformed Giza into a royal burial zone of exceptional scale. The three Great Pyramids dominate the site for a reason, and the associated cemeteries, causeways, temples, subsidiary pyramids, and labour traces all support the view that the plateau became a major state project under Old Kingdom rulers. None of that needs to be denied, but it still leaves open a quieter question. Why this plateau? Why here? And what exactly was already present, materially or symbolically, before Khufu's name became attached to the place in the way later history remembers? One answer is practical, and practical answers should always be allowed into the room before anything grander. Giza is a limestone plateau on the west bank of the Nile, not far from Memphis, the ancient capital region. That alone matters. A royal monument site needs stone, stable ground, access to transport, and political centrality. Giza offered all of that in highly attractive form. The plateau provided a strong bedrock foundation rather than soft river sediment. Limestone could be quarried locally. The Nile, when managed within the rhythms of ancient Egypt, allowed transport and provisioning. The site stood within the orbit of royal power. In that sense, one does not need a lost civilization, a forgotten priesthood, or a buried cosmic blueprint to explain why Giza appealed to the Egyptian state. Good geology and political convenience can do a great deal of explanatory work. And yet practical answers, while necessary, rarely feel sufficient when dealing with ancient sacred landscapes. Humans are not machines that choose their burial grounds like warehouse managers selecting efficient loading docks. Especially not royal humans in a deeply ritual society. Sacred sites gather layers. They become meaningful because of where the sun sets, because of what lies across the river, because of older cemeteries nearby, because of dynastic memory, because of visual command over land and horizon, because the place feels right long before anyone writes down a reason. In ancient Egypt, the western horizon carried obvious funerary significance. The west was the land of the setting sun, the direction in which life visibly departed each day. Royal tombs and necropolises on the western side of the Nile were not random habits. They belong to a wider symbolic map of death and renewal. Giza, standing on the west bank and overlooking the fertile ribbon of Egypt from elevated ground, was already speaking the language of royal burial before the first casing stone was imagined. That symbolic geography matters because it suggests inheritance at the level of worldview. Even if Khufu was the first ruler to develop Giza into the monumental complex we now know, he was not inventing the sacred logic of the West or the relationship between kingship, horizon, and afterlife. The plateau may have been newly monumentalized under his reign while still drawing on much older Egyptian habits of placing the dead in meaningful relation to land and sky. That already makes the site feel less like a blank start and more like a chosen continuation. There is also the visual character of Giza itself. The plateau rises above the floodplain. It gives long views. It creates distance from ordinary agricultural life while remaining tied to it. A royal monument built there does not sink into the landscape. It commands it. This is important because kingship in ancient Egypt was not simply administrative authority. It was cosmic authority made visible. A ruler's tomb did not merely need to exist. It needed to occupy a horizon in a way that made royal permanence feel almost geological. Giza, by its nature, offered exactly that possibility. The place allowed a monument not just to be built, but to dominate. That does not prove the site was anciently sacred before Khufu, but it explains why a ruler inheriting older burial traditions, older symbolism, and a strong royal centre would find this plateau irresistibly suited to making an eternal statement. Then comes the geological question, which may sound dry until one remembers that geology is often the hidden script beneath monument building. The Giza Plateau is not just a scenic stage. It is physically useful. The bedrock can bear weight. Natural rock formations were incorporated into construction planning. Some researchers have pointed out that parts of the plateau, including natural elevations or a rock core beneath the Great Pyramid area, could be integrated into the monument's mass and base logic. That kind of integration matters. A site that already offers structural advantages is not merely chosen. It is inherited as a partial collaborator in the building process. The more builders can work with the ground rather than against it, the more their project gains stability and efficiency. That has implications for the timeline question. A monument sometimes looks impossibly confident, not only because its builders were good, but because they chose ground that made confidence easier to sustain. In other words, Khufu's builders may not have inherited just sacred meaning and political position. They may have inherited geological favour. A plateau with quarry stone, strong bedrock and a natural platform does not remove the need for extraordinary planning, but it does mean the monument grows out of a landscape already unusually cooperative. A king who knows how to read such a site is not beginning from zero. He's using a place whose qualities were waiting to be recognised and disciplined. This is one reason Giza often starts to feel older than the Fourth Dynasty, even when the monuments themselves remain tied to that dynasty. The site seems prepared in ways that exceed the simple idea of a new burial location selected at whim. Not prepared in the sense of paved over by a forgotten civilization, at least not on current evidence, but prepared in the sense of possessing a combination of natural, symbolic, and strategic qualities that make later royal use look like inheritance. The plateau feels as though it had potential before it had history in the formal dynastic sense. Once a site has that kind of potential, rulers do not create its meaning so much as concentrate it. There are also traces of earlier human use in the broader Memphite necropolis landscape that remind us royal sites rarely spring from untouched emptiness. The greater region around Memphis, Saqqara, Abusir, Dashur and Giza formed a long band of funerary and royal activity over time. These zones are related, not isolated. Giza is part of a broader Western necropolis tradition connected to the political and religious heart of the state. That alone suggests continuity. Khufu's choice of Giza may have been new in immediate royal terms, but it took place within a world where burial landscapes, elite tomb placement, and sacred Western margins were already deeply established. The The plateau was entering history as part of a network, not as a solitary invention. This wider regional continuity is often overlooked because the Great Pyramid is so visually dominating that it makes everything else feel secondary. But giant monuments can distort the story of place. Once a monumental phase begins, it tends to erase memory backward. Later viewers imagine the site started when the famous structure appeared. In reality, places nearly always have a before. Sometimes that before is modest. Sometimes it is invisible unless dug carefully out of the ground. Sometimes it is not a prior monument at all, but a pattern of movement, selection, and usage that made the later project feel appropriate. Giza almost certainly had such a before, even if that before was not yet marked by another world-famous structure. This raises another important distinction. When people say the plateau before Khufu may have been inherited, they sometimes mean one of two very different things. One meaning is cautious and historically reasonable. Khufu inherited a meaningful landscape, a politically central zone, a sacred western horizon, a quarry-rich plateau, and perhaps an already emerging funerary geography. The other meaning is much more dramatic. Khufu inherited actual large-scale structures, a much older ceremonial site, or remains of a prior civilization whose work he reused. The first possibility is almost certainly true in some form. The second remains much more speculative and much harder to prove. These two ideas are often mixed together in popular discussions, which creates confusion. A site can be inherited without being prehistoric in the dramatic sense. Still, the more modest kind of inheritance should not be treated as trivial. Sacred geography can shape architecture as powerfully as engineering can. If Giza was already a charged horizon in Egyptian royal thought, then Khufu's monument becomes less like a lone innovation and more like a culmination tied to place. This matters because one reason the Great Pyramid looks so complete is that it may not be carrying the burden of first invention in every category. Its form may be new in degree, but its placement may rest on older frameworks of meaning already accepted and absorbed by the culture. Another thing that complicates the story is the question of visibility from Memphis and the surrounding region. A royal monument at Giza did not hide itself in a remote valley. It entered the visual field of power. It stood where it could be seen, remembered, approached, and linked to the life of the state. That was not only an engineering decision, it was a political one. The plateau offered a stage from which kingship could become horizon. That capacity may help explain why Giza became so attractive when monumental ambition reached the level of Khufu and his successors. The place was not merely suitable for a tomb, it was suitable for a declaration about permanence, rule and control over both geography and time. Once one starts thinking in those terms, the plateau seems to be contributing actively to the monument's force. Khufu may have supplied the project labour and dynastic intention, but Giza supplied the commanding ground. The result is a structure that appears not merely built on a site, but perfectly matched to it. That kind of match often creates the impression of deep antiquity. Later observers sense harmony between monument and place, and assume the place must have been waiting for that structure forever. Sometimes that is only an illusion produced by success, but sometimes it reflects genuine inheritance, where builders recognized a landscape already carrying latent meaning and turned that meaning into stone. There is also the matter of quarrying itself. The plateau was not only a platform, it was a source. Stone could be extracted from the very environment into which the pyramid rose. This blurs the distinction between site and monument. The pyramid is not merely placed at Giza. In part, it is Giza reorganized. That creates a strange sense of inevitability. A structure feels more ancient when it appears to emerge from its setting, rather than arrive from outside it. The Great Pyramid has that quality. It seems less like an object delivered and more like an alteration of the plateau's own body. Even if this impression is partly aesthetic, It contributes to the feeling that the site and monument belong to one another at a deeper level than simple dynastic assignment can easily capture. This is one reason some people start to suspect that Giza's importance predates Khufu in a more substantial way. They notice how natural the fit feels, and assume such naturalness must be ancient. That conclusion may be too strong, but the instinct behind it is understandable. Monumental success often rests on prior intimacy with a place. Surveyors must understand the ground. Builders must know where stone lies, how the plateau behaves, how approaches can be managed, how the horizon reads from different angles. This suggests not necessarily that a forgotten civilization was there first, but that knowledge of the site likely preceded the Great Pyramid phase by more than a casual glance from a royal chariot. What about direct evidence for major pre-Khufu structures at Giza? Here the picture becomes thinner. The famous, visible landscape is dominated by Fourth Dynasty construction and later additions, repairs and use. Hard evidence for some grand earlier monument complex directly beneath or preceding Khufu's project remains limited and contested. This is where cautious thinking matters most. The absence of obvious pre-Khufu giants at Giza does not mean the plateau had no prior significance. It means significance and monumentality are not identical things. A place can matter long before it hosts its first overwhelming stone expression. Ancient sacred sites often go through exactly that pattern. First, a place is selected, approached, remembered, or ritually valued. Only later does it receive architecture matching the full ambition of the state. That pattern makes Giza easier to understand without requiring either total skepticism or total sensationalism. The plateau before Khufu may have been meaningful, watched, perhaps modestly used, certainly geologically attractive, and symbolically powerful within a Western funerary landscape. Khufu's reign may then have concentrated those qualities into something unprecedented. The result would still feel, to later generations, as though the place had always been meant for it. That sensation of destiny, once attached to a site, often gets rewritten into the assumption that the monument must be older than it is. Sometimes the stronger truth is not that the structure is older, but that the land beneath it had a much longer prehistory of significance than the monument's date alone suggests. There is also the issue of the Sphinx and the way Giza's broader ensemble encourages people to think in deeper time. The Sphinx sits within the same general sacred zone and has long inspired debate about erosion, dating, and phases of carving and recarving. Whether one agrees with controversial early dating claims or not, the mere existence of another enigmatic monument on the same plateau makes Giza feel layered. One strange monument can be treated as a single anomaly. A strange monumental landscape begins to feel like a palimpsest. That word matters. A palimpsest is something written over earlier writing, where traces remain beneath the visible text. Giza often feels like that. Even when the mainstream chronology is broadly accepted, the site carries a layered atmosphere that makes people suspect older decisions are still living under later ones. This layered feeling is reinforced by the way ancient sites are actually used over centuries. Kings build over older ground, priests reinterpret earlier spaces, later generations repair, strip, reuse or reframe what came before. Stones move, entrances change, causeways decay, memory simplifies. What begins as a living ritual landscape eventually becomes archaeology. In such places, asking who inherited what is not a romantic indulgence. It is one of the most practical historical questions available. Khufu almost certainly inherited something, even if what he inherited was not an earlier giant pyramid, but a convergence of site knowledge, sacred logic, political geography, and available material. And that may be enough to explain part of why the Great Pyramid looks so mature. People often imagine maturity must come only from long technical evolution. Sometimes it also comes from choosing the right stage. A civilization may produce a monument that feels impossibly confident, not merely because its tools improved, but because it finally found the place where its ambitions could lock perfectly into land, sky, stone, and state. Giza may have been such a place. If so, then part of the Great Pyramid's strange calm comes from the fact that it was not forcing itself onto hostile ground. It was unfolding on a plateau already suited, symbolically and materially, to absorb an idea of permanence. This is where the timeline question becomes subtler than it first appeared. The issue may not be simply whether the Great Pyramid is older than Khufu. It may be whether the historical story told around it is too focused on the king and not focused enough on inherited landscape. A monument placed on a charged and advantageous plateau can appear older than its formal date because it is drawing from older systems of meaning, older site familiarity, and older funerary traditions. The visible structure belongs to one reign. The deeper logic beneath it may belong to a much longer curve. That longer curve also helps explain why the plateau after Khufu became so important so quickly. Once the site had been claimed at that scale, successors did not wander elsewhere by accident. They remained in dialogue with the same horizon. Khafra and Menkaure did not build beside the Great Pyramid because the desert was short on empty real estate. They built there because Giza had already become the kind of place royal power could not ignore. That in turn suggests the site's potency was real, not incidental. Khufu may have crystallized it, but he may not have created it from nothing. So the plateau before Khufu begins to look less like a blank introduction and more like the buried first half of the story. It gave builders bedrock, quarry stone, elevation, visibility, Western funerary symbolism, political centrality, and perhaps an already emerging sacred character within the Memphite necropolis world. Those are not small inheritances. They are the sort of inheritances that allow later architecture to look uncannily sure of itself. A monument that fits its site perfectly often ends up looking as though it transcends its own date. The Great Pyramid has that look. It seems as if it belongs there in a way too deep to be explained by one ruler's ambition alone. That does not mean a hidden prehistoric city lies neatly under the sand, waiting for a dramatic reveal. It means the more grounded kind of inheritance may already be powerful enough to matter. Giza may have been old in meaning before it was old in stone. It may have been chosen because generations of Egyptian thought, practice, and geography had quietly prepared it to receive the most commanding burial project of the age. If that is true, then the Great Pyramid's uneasy fit with the timeline becomes easier to understand. Some of what makes it feel older may not be the blocks, but the ground beneath them, the sacred West behind them, and the long human habit of turning certain landscapes into places where kings expect eternity to listen. And once that possibility is allowed, the next pressure point becomes impossible to avoid. If the monument inherited a powerful site, then the evidence linking it firmly to one king has to carry a great deal of weight, because the stronger the inherited landscape feels, the more people begin to wonder whether the king attached to it was truly the first master of the whole design, or simply the ruler whose name survived closest to the finished stone. That is why the debate always circles back to the trail of proof itself, the inscriptions, the quarry marks, the royal lists, and the odd silence around so massive a work. Because the more the place seems older than the reign, the more important it becomes to ask how direct, how strong, and how complete the link to Khufu really is. A monument as enormous as the Great Pyramid gives off an odd expectation. Most people assume that something so vast, so famous, so dominating should come with an equally vast paper trail, or at least a loud one. There should be a carved declaration over the entrance. There should be triumphal inscriptions celebrating the king who ordered it. There should be scenes of builders, prayers, ceremonies, boasts, names repeated so often that the matter feels settled before anyone even asks. But when people begin looking for that kind of evidence at Giza, one of the first surprises is how quiet the monument actually is. The official identification of the Great Pyramid with Khufu is real and meaningful. but the trail linking the monument to one reign is thinner than casual audiences often expect, and it is exactly that thinness that keeps the subject alive. This does not mean the link is imaginary. It means it is built in the way much of ancient history is built, from fragments, converging hints, practical markings, later king lists, surrounding context, and a great deal of careful inference. The problem is not that there is no evidence. The problem is that the most famous monument in Egypt seems to invite stronger, louder, more obvious evidence than the surviving record actually provides. That gap between expectation and reality creates a peculiar tension. Scholars can point to Khufu with serious reasons. Skeptics can look at the same reasons and say the case feels narrower than it should. And the pyramid, as always, stands there in stony silence and refuses to assist either side. The most important direct link between Khufu and the Great Pyramid comes from the quarry marks found in the relieving chambers above the so-called King's Chamber. These upper spaces were not grand ceremonial rooms. They were hidden compartments above the chamber, part of the structural system that helps distribute weight. In the 19th century, when explorers forced access into these spaces, they found red-painted marks on the stone, including work gang names and inscriptions interpreted as references to Khufu. For mainstream Egyptology, these are among the most valuable pieces of evidence in the whole argument. They look like internal construction marks, not decorative propaganda. They are tucked away in spaces ordinary visitors were never meant to see. They fit known Egyptian habits of labelling work teams and practical building components. That is why scholars treat them seriously. They appear to be traces left by the building process itself, which is exactly the sort of evidence historians tend to trust most. One of the well-known names associated with these markings is often translated along the lines of Friends of Khufu, or the gang, the Friends of Khufu, depending on how the phrase is rendered. The wording matters less here than the broader point. If work crews inside hidden structural spaces were using Khufu's name during construction, that strongly suggests the monument belonged to his building program. It is difficult to explain such marks away casually. They are not the sort of thing a later tourist scratches onto a wall. They do not read like a pious dedication added centuries afterward for show. They belong to a practical internal world of labour organisation, and that gives them unusual weight. At the same time, this is where the unease begins, because people notice two things almost immediately. The first is that these marks are not a full royal inscription saying, in effect, Khufu, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, built this pyramid for his eternal house. The second is that the history of their discovery is tangled up with 19th century exploration, personalities, and accusations that later made some people suspicious. For mainstream scholars, the suspicion does not carry much force, because the markings fit broader patterns, and because forging such a coherent internal set in sealed structural spaces would be an extraordinary and unlikely fraud. But for critics, the very fact that the most famous direct link depends so heavily on markings in hidden spaces discovered under dramatic circumstances makes the case feel narrower than they would like. That is part of what the title of this subject really means by a thin trail. The case for Khufu is not flimsy, but it is concentrated. It rests on a few especially important pieces rather than on a wall of public declarations. If those few pieces are accepted, the identification looks strong. If someone doubts them, the whole matter suddenly feels much looser. That is not unusual in ancient history, but it feels unusual here because the monument itself is so overwhelming. People assume overwhelming structures should come with overwhelming proof. Often they do not. Beyond the quarry marks, the case for Khufu is reinforced by the broader context of Giza. The Great Pyramid stands in a royal necropolis whose surrounding tombs and associated monuments fit the Fourth Dynasty world. Nearby mastabas belong to officials tied to Khufu and his successors. The other Great Pyramids at Giza are generally linked to Khafra and Menkaure, rulers within the same dynastic sequence. The causeways, temples, subsidiary pyramids, cemeteries and wider organisation of the site all support the mainstream picture of a major royal complex developing during the Fourth Dynasty. This matters because historical identification is often contextual before it is explicit. A monument rarely sits alone in time. It belongs to a neighbourhood of evidence. In that neighbourhood, Khufu's claim to the Great Pyramid looks much more secure than if the pyramid stood in total isolation. Still, context is not the same as a signed dedication. That difference nags at people. A cluster of Fourth Dynasty material around Giza supports the idea that the Great Pyramid belongs to the same age, but it does not entirely satisfy those who want the monument itself to announce its builder in unmistakable terms. And that desire becomes even stronger once people learn how relatively bare the inside of the Great Pyramid is compared with later expectations. There are no richly decorated burial chamber walls telling the story. No long funerary texts cover the interior the way later royal tomb traditions might tempt modern viewers to imagine. No proud inscription at the main entrance names Khufu as builder in the way a Roman emperor might have preferred. The monument is, in a very real sense, monumentally quiet. That quiet matters because silence is never neutral in historical arguments. Silence can be ordinary. Silence can be accidental. Silence can be the product of loss. But silence also invites replacement. Whenever a site does not explain itself loudly enough, later generations begin speaking for it. They fill the gap with interpretations, suspicions, and entire alternative histories. The Great Pyramid is perhaps the perfect example of this. Its silence has become part of its mystery. Had a crisp royal inscription survived on the outer casing saying exactly what was built, by whom, and for what, a great deal of modern speculation would have died quietly. But the pyramid does not give us that convenience. Then there are the king lists, which add another layer of support while also showing the limitations of later memory. Egyptian king lists such as the Abydos king list, the Saqqara list, the Turin canon in its damaged and frustrating state, and later traditions preserved through Egyptian and classical channels all help maintain the sequence of rulers in which Khufu belongs. They confirm that Khufu was a real king within the line of early Old Kingdom rulers. His position in the Fourth Dynasty is not a fantasy invented to explain the pyramid. He is anchored in the dynastic tradition. Later writers, including Manetho through later quotations and Herodotus in his own very mixed way, preserve forms of memory about the Great Pyramid kings, though these later sources must be handled with caution. They are valuable, but they do not function like a contemporary building contract. The king lists are useful because they establish the reign. They help historians understand succession, dynastic order, and the broad framework into which Giza fits. But they do not solve the specific monument with the force people sometimes imagine. A king list can tell you that Khufu ruled. It cannot by itself prove that every stone of the Great Pyramid was first laid under his exact authority. It contributes to the framework. It does not carry the whole case alone. This is why mainstream scholars rely on convergence. Khufu's place in the royal sequence matters. The Giza context matters. The quarry marks matter. The broader Old Kingdom developmental story matters. The problem for skeptics is that they want stronger monument-specific evidence. The problem for scholars is that ancient history often does not supply that kind of luxury. There is a further irony here. The very kind of evidence modern people often want most, a formal commemorative inscription, is not necessarily the kind of evidence historians trust most. Public inscriptions can be propagandistic, symbolic, restored later, or copied. Hidden construction marks, by contrast, often feel more honest, because they were not meant for eternity's audience. They were meant for workers, supervisors, or internal organisation. So the quarry marks, while humble, may in some ways be more historically valuable than a grand-carved boast would have been. But this only deepens the tension, because humble marks do not emotionally satisfy the imagination in the way monumental texts do. The best evidence can still feel anticlimactic. It also helps to remember that absence of evidence and evidence of absence are not the same thing, though people often blur them together. The lack of an elaborate dedicatory inscription inside the Great Pyramid does not prove Khufu did not build it. It proves only that the monument does not preserve that particular kind of testimony. Ancient Egypt has left us extraordinary records in some places and maddening gaps in others. Papyrus decays, outer casing can be removed, temple surfaces can be stripped, access routes change, burials are looted, names disappear, the survival of evidence is never evenly distributed. And yet once a building becomes as famous as the Great Pyramid, every gap feels suspicious, simply because expectation rises with the monument's fame. This is where the silence around a king's body enters the discussion as well. No intact royal burial of Khufu was found in the pyramid. No mummy rested there to close the matter in dramatic fashion. The granite sarcophagus-like box in the so-called King's Chamber remains, but it is empty. For mainstream archaeology, that is not shocking. Ancient tombs were robbed repeatedly, often very early. The emptiness of royal burial spaces is common enough in Egypt that it cannot be treated as a decisive anomaly by itself. Yet in public imagination, the emptiness weighs heavily. People think of an enormous tomb and expect a king. When the king is absent, the entire function of the monument starts to wobble emotionally, even if the historical explanation remains perfectly ordinary. Silence, then, gathers from several directions at once. The monument's interior does not proclaim the builder in grand words. The king himself is not lying visibly in place. Much of what once covered the structure is gone. The most direct name link comes from hidden quarry marks rather than public declaration. Later lists preserve the king, but not a straightforward contemporary narrative about the construction of the Great Pyramid. Each silence on its own can be explained. Together they create an atmosphere. An atmosphere is powerful. It is one reason the official case remains strong on paper, while still feeling strangely delicate in the public mind. There are, however, other pieces that reinforce the Khufu connection, even if they are less famous than the quarry marks. The broader archaeology of Giza includes tombs of family members and officials connected to Khufu's court. The worker evidence around the plateau fits a large royal project of the Old Kingdom. Quarrying areas and logistical traces belong comfortably inside the state-building world of the Fourth Dynasty. Even the later memory of the pyramid as Khufu's was not invented in modern times. It existed in ancient traditions, though filtered through centuries. One does not have a situation where the monument floated without name, until 19th century writers arbitrarily pinned Khufu onto it. The association is much older than that, and yet the phrase thin trail still feels right because the chain is not thick at every link. There is no single surviving master inscription that quiets every doubt. There is no archive of daily progress reports from Khufu's engineers. There is no official founding text preserved intact and securely in place. What we have instead is the way ancient history so often survives: practical marks, contextual fit, dynastic sequence, surrounding burials, fragments of later memory, and the stubborn reliability of cumulative reasoning. That is enough for scholarship to function. It is not always enough to satisfy the imagination. This tension becomes especially visible whenever alternative theories push hard on the word proof. They will say the pyramid is only attributed to Khufu, as though attribution were a flimsy modern guess. Mainstream historians reply, correctly, that attribution in ancient history often means a conclusion supported by several reinforcing lines of evidence rather than one theatrical smoking gun. The word itself can mislead. To a casual listener, attributed sounds weak, almost apologetic. In scholarship, it often means something firmer than the everyday ear hears. Still, because the evidence linking the Great Pyramid to Khufu is concentrated and not showy, critics continue to exploit that gap between scholarly confidence and public expectation. This is where the subject becomes philosophically interesting. How much evidence does a monument require before history feels allowed to speak with confidence? The answer is never purely scientific in the modern laboratory sense. It depends on standards of convergence, context, plausibility, and comparison. If the same pattern of evidence existed for a much smaller tomb, few people would protest. It would be assigned to its likely king, placed in its dynastic context, and discussed with sensible caution. The Great Pyramid, however, is not a much smaller tomb. Its scale increases the emotional demand for certainty. People want the evidence to be as grand as the building. When it is not, they begin to suspect history itself is bluffing. There is another subtle issue as well. The more powerful the case becomes that Giza as a site was inherited, meaningful, and perhaps already symbolically charged before Khufu, the more carefully people begin to inspect the evidence that the Great Pyramid in particular belongs wholly to his reign. If the plateau feels older than the monument's official date, then Khufu can start to look, in the skeptical imagination, less like the original master builder, and more like the ruler whose name happened to stick nearest the visible final phase. This is one reason the quarry marks matter so much. They push back against that suspicion. They suggest Khufu was not merely a later visitor to an anonymous ancient shell. He was present in the construction world itself. Still, because the evidence is concentrated rather than abundant, the suspicion never disappears entirely. It is worth pausing over how often ancient monuments survive in this condition, half speaking and half withholding. We're used to certainty presented cleanly, especially in documentaries and textbooks. Ancient history is usually not like that. It works by assembling fragments until a picture becomes more likely than its rivals. The Great Pyramid belongs to Khufu in exactly that sense. The argument is cumulative, not theatrical. It is stronger than enthusiasts sometimes admit and less dramatically final than defenders sometimes pretend. That middle ground may be the truest place to stand, and standing there, one begins to see why the debate refuses to die. The case for Khufu is serious. The king lists support his reign and place. The Giza context fits his dynasty. The relieving chamber marks provide the sharpest direct connection. The archaeology around the site supports an old kingdom royal building world. Yet the monument itself remains oddly silent for something supposedly so firmly attached to one king. That silence does not dissolve the evidence, but it does thin the feeling of certainty, especially for anyone expecting a monument of this scale to introduce itself more clearly. There is perhaps something fitting about that. The Great Pyramid is one of the clearest and quietest objects in history at the same time. Clear in shape, quiet in explanation. Its geometry is blunt, its testimony is not. The building gives us mass, alignment and endurance far more readily than it gives us narrative. So historians are forced to build the narrative from traces around and within it. They do so with considerable success. But because the traces are narrower than the monument's fame leads people to expect, the subject remains permanently vulnerable to doubt. That doubt will keep mattering as we move forward, because once the direct trail to Khufu is understood as real, but thinner than expected, another set of complications begins to press in from the sides. Monuments do not remain untouched after completion. They age, shift, crack, get stripped, repaired, re-entered, repurposed, and sometimes misunderstood by later generations standing only a few centuries away. The Great Pyramid has lived a very long life after its supposed construction date, and signs of weathering, repair, and reuse have all been pulled into the timeline debate in different ways. Once the inscriptional trail feels narrower than a modern mind would like, physical traces on the monument itself begin to carry more interpretive weight, and that is where the neatness of a single reign story starts to meet the messier reality of what happens to a structure after history has already started writing over it. Once the evidence linking the Great Pyramid to Khufu begins to feel narrower than many people expect, attention naturally shifts from inscriptions and dynastic context to the monument's body itself. If the written trail is thinner than the size of the building seems to deserve, then people start asking the stone to speak more loudly. They look at surface wear, damaged edges, Missing casing, roughened passages, broken joints, repairs, alterations, intrusions, and the long afterlife of the site. They begin to wonder whether the pyramid's physical condition confirms the neat old kingdom story, or quietly complicates it. This is where the subject gets especially tricky, because old monuments do not age in a single simple way. They gather damage in layers. They gather interventions in layers. They gather misunderstandings in layers. And once a building has been standing for more than 4,000 years, the question is no longer only when it was built. The question becomes how many different histories are now living on its surface at once. That matters because a monument can absolutely belong to one period and still look older, stranger, or less straightforward than its original date would suggest. Weathering, repairs, and reuse do not automatically move a structure backward in time. Sometimes they simply record what happened to it afterward. But because the Great Pyramid is already such a difficult object to place comfortably in the historical imagination, every later scar on it tends to get pulled into the dating argument. A broken edge becomes a clue, a missing casing stone becomes a theory, a repaired block becomes a suspicion. Once that process begins, the monument starts looking less like a single event and more like a long physical conversation between builders, robbers, restorers, travellers, rulers, and centuries of wind and sun. The first thing worth saying, slowly and clearly, is that weathering is not a magic clock. People often talk about erosion or surface wear as though stone simply ages at a steady visible rate that can be read like a calendar. It does not work so neatly. Different stone types weather differently. Exposure matters, covering matters, salt, heat, wind, moisture, pollution, earthquakes, human stripping, quarrying, and later interventions all change the picture. A surface that looks ancient may reflect exposure after protective casing was removed. A surface that looks fresher may reflect replacement or shielding. What seems at first like simple evidence often turns out to be evidence of several overlapping processes. This is why weathering can complicate the Old Kingdom date without necessarily overturning it. It makes the monument harder to read, not necessarily easier to redraft. Consider the most obvious fact about the Great Pyramid's current appearance. The smooth outer casing that once gave the monument its cleaner geometry is mostly gone. What people see today is largely the exposed core, stepped and rough compared with the original finished form. That single fact changes almost everything about how weathering is interpreted. The exposed outer surface that visitors photograph now is not the same surface that the builders intended as the pyramid's lasting skin. For much of its life, the pyramid was protected by fine casing stones, tightly fitted and much more resistant in appearance to the sort of rough visual aging now associated with the monument. Once those casing stones were stripped, removed, broken, or reused in later building activity, the pyramid's body entered a different weathering regime altogether. This matters because some observers look at the exposed state of the Great Pyramid and feel they are seeing the monument's original aged face, when in fact they are often seeing the afterlife of loss. That loss has a history. Earthquakes may have loosened casing in places. Later quarrying and reuse almost certainly accelerated removal. Medieval Cairo and other building traditions benefited from stone taken from older monuments. The idea that the pyramid has simply sat unchanged since Khufu is false, in the most ordinary physical sense. It has been opened, entered, damaged, stripped, and repurposed by time and people. So when someone says the weathering looks older than the official date, one of the first careful questions has to be, older than which surface? The original finished pyramid or the exposed core after centuries of stripping and disturbance? That does not make weathering irrelevant. It just means weathering has to be located historically. Once the casing is gone, the monument begins to tell the story of its exposure, not only its construction. The same is true inside. Passages and chambers do not preserve a single pristine moment. They preserve use, intrusion, looting, exploration, dust, temperature change, and occasional modifications made by people who arrived long after the original builders were gone. The pyramid has had a long life as an object of access, blockage, forced entry, and curiosity. This is one reason neat dating language starts to wobble. Built in the Fourth Dynasty may be true in a foundational sense while still failing to describe the layered history visible on the monument itself. Repairs complicate the picture even more. Ancient Egyptian monuments were not always abandoned in silence once their first purpose dimmed. They could be maintained, restored, re-entered, reinscribed, or adapted. Some were treated with reverence, some with opportunism, some with a mix of both, which is a very human habit. If later Egyptians repaired parts of the Giza complex, cleared passages, reworked approaches, or reused stones from one area to maintain another, then the physical record becomes a patchwork of times. A block may belong to one period, a repair mortar to another, an access cut to another still. That does not erase the original construction date, but it makes the body of the monument less straightforward than a schoolbook sentence suggests. The Great Pyramid is especially vulnerable to this complexity because it remained too important to be ignored. Important monuments attract attention. Attention produces intervention. Even robbers and intruders become part of the site's material history. When a tunnel is cut, when a chamber is entered, when a casing stone is removed, when a passage is cleared, the monument acquires a new layer of human action. Later restorers, surveyors, and excavators then interact not only with the original structure, but with all those accumulated actions. That is why reuse matters so much. Reuse does not merely mean stones were stolen for a mosque or palace, although that happened elsewhere in Egypt often enough to matter. Reuse also means the monument's meaning changed. It became a source, a landmark, a puzzle, a tomb to plunder, a site to inspect, a symbol to inherit. That changing meaning can affect how age is perceived. A structure that has been repaired and repurposed for centuries can begin to look like a thing outside ordinary historical sequence. Later generations standing in front of it may already feel it belongs to some deeper past, not because it actually predates its accepted era, but because its afterlife is so long and layered that it seems to have outgrown its original date. The Great Pyramid has exactly that quality. It is not simply an Old Kingdom monument. It is an Old Kingdom monument that became ancient to later Egyptians, then ancient again to Greeks, Romans, medieval visitors, modern archaeologists, and now to us. Each layer of later attention adds a little more distance between the original building event and the thing we now stand before. There is also the uncomfortable fact that later damage can mimic older mystery. Missing stones can make a structure look unfinished when it was once complete. Broken joints can look like evidence of impossible age when they are the result of centuries of exposure and disturbance. Roughness can look primordial when it is really the stripped remainder of something once far more refined. This is one of the reasons responsible discussions of weathering can sound less exciting than dramatic ones. The dramatic version wants every scar to be a lost civilization whispering through limestone. The careful version says the monument has been physically altered for thousands of years, which is less thrilling but usually more useful. Still, not all complications are so easily settled. Some repairs and anomalies genuinely make the simple one-rain picture feel thinner. A monument of this scale was unlikely to pass through history without maintenance, and once maintenance enters the story, the question becomes how much of what we attribute to original design or age is in fact later response. Were some block placements adjusted? Were passage areas re-cleared? Were damaged sections stabilised in later periods? Were surrounding features rebuilt, repaved, or reused in ways that changed how the monument was experienced? These are not sensational questions, but they matter because they remind us that visible condition is not the same thing as original condition. And if original condition is partly hidden by centuries of intervention, then the material case for a neat Old Kingdom reading becomes less cleanly visual than many people assume. The surrounding complex matters here too. The Great Pyramid never stood alone in an empty desert of pure abstraction. It belonged to a larger built environment of temples, causeways, pits, satellite structures, cemeteries, and nearby monuments. Those associated features have their own histories of damage and repair. In some cases, they preserve clearer traces of phases, reuse, and later disturbance than the pyramid body itself. If the wider Giza landscape shows signs of ongoing management and reworking across long periods, then the main pyramid must be understood as part of a living, and later half-living site, not as a single sealed event frozen in time. That broader setting complicates dating arguments because it reminds us that monuments can remain functionally present in cultural memory long after their original ritual world has changed. The Sphinx debate often hovers nearby here, even when the subject is technically the Great Pyramid. The reason is simple. The Sphinx has become the most famous weathering argument at Giza, especially in discussions about erosion, and whether some features imply greater antiquity than standard dating allows. One does not need to accept those controversial claims to see their effect. They have trained people to treat the entire plateau as a weathering puzzle. Once that happens, the Great Pyramid gets pulled into the same atmosphere. Every surface becomes suspect. Every repair becomes suggestive. The whole site begins to feel like it may preserve more time than official chronology admits. Yet the Great Pyramid is a different kind of case. Unlike the carved body of the Sphinx, whose surface and enclosure have invited intense arguments about erosion patterns, the pyramid is a built structure made of many blocks, with much of its original finished skin removed. Its weathering story is therefore less direct and in some ways more frustrating. You're not reading one exposed sculpted body. You're reading a giant construction whose most elegant outer layer is largely missing, and whose core has lived a rough secondary life in open exposure. That makes confident claims difficult. It is harder to stand in front of the Great Pyramid and say, this surface proves such and such date, because the visible surface is often not the surface whose age people most want to know. Then there is mortar, which people sometimes forget because stone feels more dramatic. Mortar samples and other organic inclusions associated with pyramid construction have contributed to dating discussions, including radiocarbon work. But mortar itself can be a mixed witness. It may include old material, reused fuel residues, contamination, or later disturbance. A repair mortar from one phase is not the same thing as original construction mortar from another. Sampling matters. Context matters. Interpretation matters. This is why scientific dating, though extremely valuable, does not always deliver the neat authority people expect. It can support an Old Kingdom framework broadly, while still leaving room for debate about particular ranges and phases. Repairs and reuse make the context of every sample more important, which in turn makes the monument feel less like a single date stamped into stone and more like a layered physical archive. Another complication comes from human removal. The Great Pyramid was not simply weathered by nature. It was quarried by history. Stones were taken, surfaces were altered, passages were forced, chambers were entered. The famous entrance used today is not the original entrance. The so-called Robbers' Tunnel changed the experience and understanding of the pyramid. Once people begin cutting into a monument, they do not just damage it, they change the evidence future generations will rely on. A broken face can no longer speak the way an intact face would have spoken. A removed casing line cannot be studied in full context. An emptied chamber cannot answer in the same way as a sealed one. Time, in other words, has not simply aged the Great Pyramid, it has edited it. And edited monuments are difficult witnesses. This is one reason the neatness of the Old Kingdom date becomes hard to feel, even for people who broadly accept it. The original construction event may belong to Khufu's reign, yet the monument's present body is a compound of construction, exposure, damage, stripping, entry, exploration, and later interpretation. When viewers stand before it today, they are not encountering year one of the pyramid. They are encountering year 4000 plus, with all the physical confusion that number implies. The building they see is both original and not original, ancient and repeatedly altered, intact in essence but not in condition. That is a very difficult thing for the mind to sort cleanly, which is why later damage so often gets mistaken for evidence of greater antiquity. At the same time, later repairs can preserve as much as they confuse. If parts of the Giza complex were maintained in later periods, that tells us the site mattered. If access routes were respected, if clearances occurred, if certain blocks were stabilised or certain features reused, that means the monument remained active in memory rather than falling instantly into oblivion. That kind of continuity can actually support the mainstream timeline in an indirect way. A structure built in the Old Kingdom and treated as ancient, but important by later Egyptians, fits the pattern of a civilization that remembered and engaged with its own deep past. In other words, repair is not always evidence against the accepted date. Sometimes it is evidence that the accepted date had enough cultural force to produce centuries of aftercare, opportunism, or reverence. The difficulty is that later engagement blurs original meaning. A repaired or reused monument becomes a meeting point of intentions. The original builders wanted one thing, later restorers wanted another, robbers wanted another, medieval stone takers wanted another, modern excavators wanted another. The pyramid carries all those intentions at once, and that can make its age feel unstable even when its initial construction date is not. What people often sense, without putting it quite this way, is not necessarily that the pyramid was built earlier than scholars say. What they sense is that its visible body contains too many times at once for one neat date to feel emotionally sufficient. That emotional insufficiency matters because it is often what drives people toward more dramatic theories. They stand before a monument whose surface has been stripped, whose passages have been entered and altered, whose chambers are empty, whose evidence is partial, whose setting has its own deep afterlife, and they conclude that the official story must be hiding something. Sometimes what the official story is hiding is simply complexity. Weathering, repairs, and reuse produce an object far messier than the phrase Khufu's pyramid suggests. The phrase is still useful. It just does not describe the whole life of the thing. There is also the issue of how old structures weather differently once their environment changes. Ancient climates, local conditions, urban development, pollution, and tourism all affect stone over long periods. A monument standing isolated on a plateau in one era is not in quite the same material world in another. This means that even the weathering we see now is not a simple continuation of Old Kingdom exposure. It includes Roman, medieval, Ottoman, modern, and industrial era conditions layered together. The monument has been standing through different worlds. That is another reason its body can seem older than its date. The surface history is literally more crowded than the construction history. What all of this does, taken together, is complicate the visual argument. It becomes harder to look at the Great Pyramid's present form and confidently read backward to a single clean construction moment. The monument has lived too long and been touched too often for that. But there is a second effect too. The more the physical evidence becomes layered and ambiguous, the more people start looking for something less corruptible than the stone surfaces and later repairs. They begin to wonder whether the clearest clues lie not in the worn outer body, or in the damaged practical history of the monument, but in choices that later centuries could not easily erase. Orientation, placement, angles, relationships to the horizon. In other words, when weathering and reuse make the body of the monument harder to read, the eye starts moving upward and outward, and that is where the discussion slowly leaves scars and repairs behind and turns toward alignments, cardinal directions, celestial targets, and the possibility that if the Great Pyramid still carries a clean original signature anywhere, it may be in the way it was set against the sky rather than in the much-abused surfaces history has spent centuries rewriting. After people stop trying to read the pyramid's damaged outer body like a clock face, their attention often drifts upward. It is almost inevitable. The stone has been stripped, repaired, entered, weathered, measured, argued over and reused. The site has lived too many lives for the surface alone to feel like a clean witness. But the sky is different. The sky changes in its own way, slowly, predictably, majestically indifferent to later looters and restorers. So when the physical body of the monument starts feeling layered and compromised, people begin asking whether the clearest original signature lies not in the broken casing or the empty chamber, but in the pyramid's relationship to the heavens. That is why astronomy keeps entering the argument. It offers something the worn stone seems unable to give, the hope of original intention frozen in alignment. This is where the Great Pyramid becomes especially difficult to discuss, because the astronomical side of the debate is both serious and vulnerable to exaggeration. Serious, because the monument really is aligned in ways that deserve respect. Exaggeration-prone, because once the stars enter the room, people tend to lose proportion. A careful observation about cardinal directions suddenly becomes a prophecy about lost ages. A plausible ritual connection becomes a cosmic code. A real problem in ancient surveying becomes a dramatic theory about vanished civilizations reading the sky with impossible instruments. The challenge is to stay in the middle long enough to see why astronomy matters without letting every constellational coincidence run away with the conversation. The first and most grounded reason astronomy enters the argument is simple. The Great Pyramid is very closely aligned to the cardinal directions. That fact has impressed surveyors, archaeologists and ordinary visitors for a long time, and it should. One does not accidentally place a monument of that size in such careful orientation. That alone suggests observation, method, and intention. Ancient Egyptians were not indifferent to the sky. They watched it, organised sacred ideas around it, and used it in practical ways. So the pyramid's alignment is not merely a curiosity. It is a clue to the kind of knowledge its builders possessed. And once a clue like that appears, the next question follows immediately. How did they do it? Different methods have been proposed. Some involve observations of circumpolar stars, those stars that never seem to set and circle around the northern sky. Some involve shadow methods, solar observations, or combinations of practical surveying steps. The reason the star-based explanations attract so much attention is that they do two things at once. They help explain the accuracy of the alignment, and they potentially open the door to dating, because the sky is not fixed in exactly the same way over very long periods. The stars shift in relation to the Earth's axis through the slow process we call precession. That word, once introduced into any pyramid conversation, tends to change the atmosphere immediately. Precession is one of those magnificent natural facts that sounds like something invented by a patient philosopher, and turns out to be real. The Earth's axis slowly wobbles over vast spans of time, which means the positions of stars relative to the celestial pole change gradually across centuries and millennia. A star that seems to mark north closely in one age will not do so in exactly the same way in another. This matters because if a monument is aligned using a stellar method, and if we can infer the method with some confidence, then in theory we can use the sky itself to estimate when that alignment would have worked best. Suddenly the heavens become not just decoration or symbolism, but a possible dating tool. That possibility has made astronomy attractive to both mainstream scholars and alternative theorists, which is part of why the subject remains so contested. For mainstream researchers, stellar alignment models can support an Old Kingdom date and even help refine it within the accepted broad timeline. For alternative thinkers, the same basic fact about precession can be stretched much further, turning the pyramid into evidence for remote antiquity, forgotten epochs, and monumental projects placed in relation to sky patterns many thousands of years earlier than conventional history allows. The same sky, in other words, is being asked to do two very different jobs. The mainstream use of astronomy tends to be cautious. It begins with the premise that ancient Egyptian builders had the observational skill to determine cardinal directions with great care, probably using the northern sky. Some scholars have suggested methods involving paired stars that could define true north at particular moments in time when they crossed the meridian in a useful relationship. These proposals are attractive because they treat the builders as skilled, practical observers rather than mystical magicians. They also fit the general Fourth Dynasty picture rather well. In that reading, the pyramid's remarkable alignment becomes evidence not that the accepted timeline is wrong, but that Egyptian surveying was more advanced and disciplined than people casually assume. That is an important point, because astronomy does not always destabilize the official date. Sometimes it strengthens it. A well-argued stellar method that lands somewhere in the same general period as Khufu does not make the pyramid older. It makes Old Kingdom Egypt more impressive. It says in effect that the civilization already possessed enough astronomical competence to orient a colossal project with extraordinary care. For some people that is satisfying. For others, oddly enough, it deepens the mystery rather than calming it. The better the alignment, the more mature the underlying observational tradition must seem, and once maturity enters the conversation again, so does the old discomfort about how much visible warm-up survives in the record. Then there are the shafts. Even people who know very little about pyramid debates have often heard of the narrow shafts extending from the so-called King's Chamber and Queen's Chamber. These features have inspired more fascination than perhaps any small stone channels in history deserve, and yet the fascination is understandable. Their purpose has long been debated. They are often called airshaft in popular discussion, though that label can be misleading because not all of them open fully to the exterior in the way a modern mind expects from ventilation. Their angles and directions have led many researchers to ask whether they had symbolic or astronomical significance rather than merely practical function. Here the subject becomes more delicate. Some interpreters have argued that the southern shaft from the King's Chamber was aimed towards stars associated in later Egyptian religious thought with Orion, and therefore perhaps with Osiris, while the northern shaft may have related to circumpolar stars, the so-called imperishable stars that never sank below the horizon. Similar arguments have been made about the Queen's Chamber shafts, including possible symbolic relations to Sirius and other celestial targets. The appeal of these ideas is obvious. They make the interior of the pyramid feel like a machine for the soul, a structure in which the king's eternal destiny is literally pointed toward the heavens. There is something compelling in that image, and one does not need to become reckless to admit it. Ancient Egyptian religion absolutely cared about the sky, about stars, about the afterlife, about ascent, about transformation, and about the king's continued existence in a cosmic order. So a symbolic celestial function for some of these features is not absurd. At the same time, precise shaft star identifications are more debated than popular documentaries often admit. Later, Egyptian star symbolism cannot always be projected backward without caution. Small differences in assumed observation dates can change which stars align best, and some interpretations are cleaner on paper than they would have been in real use inside a monument. In other words, the general astronomical flavour is plausible. The precise target list is less settled. Still, even the uncertainty keeps astronomy in the argument rather than removing it. The very existence of those shafts and the difficulty of explaining them purely in modern practical terms give celestial interpretation staying power. If the builders cared enough to include such features, and if those features relate even broadly to the movement of the king's spirit, the north, the imperishable stars or southern stellar destinations, then astronomy is no longer a decorative extra. It becomes part of the monument's logic, and once that happens, dating questions become harder to avoid. If the pyramid was built with meaningful reference to the sky, then the sky becomes part of the evidence. This is where deep time starts looming over the discussion, because precession allows people to treat ancient alignments as time markers far beyond the ordinary dynastic scale. One of the most famous examples is the idea that the three main pyramids at Giza mirror the belt stars of Orion. That proposal has captured enormous public imagination because it sounds elegant and memorable. 3 pyramids, 3 stars, a cosmic map in stone, the Nile as earthly counterpart to the Milky Way. The theory becomes even more dramatic when combined with processional dating, leading some to suggest that the intended celestial pattern fits a much earlier epoch than the Fourth Dynasty, sometimes pushed back to around 10,500 BCE. This is one of those arguments that remains famous not because scholars broadly accept it, but because it satisfies a certain hunger. It takes a familiar monument and places it inside a story of deep memory, ancient sky knowledge, and possibly lost civilizations. It offers grandeur on top of grandeur. The problem is that the argument is much more fragile than its presentation often suggests. The pyramid layout does resemble the belt in a loose and appealing way, but not in a uniquely compelling or exact one. The fit depends on scaling, rotation, interpretation, and selectivity. Large monuments in triangular or offset arrangement can be made to resemble many things if the human mind is eager enough. Mainstream scholars therefore tend to treat the Orion correlation as suggestive at best, not as a reliable dating device or proof of remote antiquity. Even so, the popularity of that theory tells us something important about why astronomy keeps coming back. It comes back because it seems cleaner than damaged stone and thinner than inscriptions, yet grander than ordinary archaeology. The sky feels incorruptible. If a theory can be attached to stars, people trust it emotionally even when they should not trust it methodologically. The heavens give a claim dignity. They make it feel less like speculation and more like revelation. That is why astronomical arguments, whether mainstream or alternative, carry disproportionate force in the public mind. There is also a quieter reason astronomy matters. Alignments are among the few aspects of a monument that later centuries find hard to erase. Casing can be stripped, burials can be robbed, passages can be blocked or broken into, surface inscriptions can be lost. But the placement of the monument on the plateau, its orientation to north, its relation to neighbouring structures, and the angles baked into certain internal features remain stubbornly close to the original conception. They are not perfectly untouched, but they are harder to falsify by time. That gives them a special status. When the rest of the monument's testimony feels interrupted, alignment begins to look like the deepest surviving layer of intent. And intent is the heart of the whole problem. If the Great Pyramid was aligned with astonishing care, then the builders were not just strong, they were conceptually disciplined. They were observing, planning, checking, and embedding a cosmological idea into architecture. A building can be large without being deeply intentional in astronomical terms. The Great Pyramid seems to be both. That combination is what makes people uneasy about treating it as merely one more royal project in a familiar sequence. The stars make it feel more deliberate, and greater deliberateness almost always pushes observers toward questions of older knowledge. That does not necessarily mean older construction. It may mean older sky traditions. This is an important distinction. A civilization can build a monument in 1 century using astronomical ideas cultivated over many centuries before. If the Great Pyramid feels older because of its celestial logic, what may be older is not the monument's date, but the intellectual lineage behind it. People often collapse those two ideas together. They see an apparently mature astronomical design and immediately infer a much older structure. But the more careful inference is that observational traditions, religious associations with the northern sky, and surveying methods may have been deeper and more stable than the surviving archaeological sequence shows in obvious monumental form. That possibility actually fits well with what we know of ancient societies. Knowledge does not always advertise every stage of its growth with a giant surviving stone prototype. Sky watching can mature in priestly practice, ritual calendars, foundation ceremonies, and practical surveying without leaving a clean staircase of monuments behind it. So when astronomy keeps entering the Great Pyramid argument, it may be because astronomy preserves the clearest sign that some parts of Egyptian civilization were already intellectually older than the tidy sequence of visible monuments alone suggests, still, the attraction of deep time remains. Once precession is mentioned, people begin imagining vast arcs of forgotten history. It is easy to see why. Precession itself is slow, majestic, and measured in millennia. Any monument tied to it begins to feel as though it belongs to a much larger frame than dynastic Egypt. The Great Pyramid, already resistant to ordinary scale, seems almost made for that kind of enlargement. And some theorists have taken full advantage of it, arguing that the pyramid and the Giza complex preserve knowledge from an age before recorded Egyptian civilization, perhaps handed down through catastrophe, inheritance, or survival from a much earlier culture. The problem, as always, is evidence. Deep-time astronomical theories often rely on pattern matching rather than clear archaeological linkage. They treat the sky as a kind of giant answer sheet, and then look for monumental forms that can be made to fit. But ancient builders were not placing signs for modern code breakers. They were building within specific religious, political, and material contexts. A theory that leaps over the entire Fourth Dynasty, the wider Giza necropolis, quarry marks, labour evidence, and dynastic sequence because a stellar pattern looks elegant is usually too light on the ground. The sky alone cannot carry that much weight. It has to be read together with archaeology, not against it. At the same time, archaeology by itself cannot flatten the astronomical problem entirely. The Great Pyramid's alignment really is extraordinary. The celestial symbolism of kingship and the afterlife really is relevant. The shafts really do invite sky-oriented interpretation. Precession really does mean that alignments belong to time. So even if the most dramatic theories go too far, the underlying reason astronomy persists is legitimate. The monument points beyond itself. It was not simply dropped on the plateau at random. It was placed in a relationship with the world above, and relationships with the world above always invite chronological questions. This tension becomes especially sharp when people compare the clarity of the cardinal alignment with the relative silence of the textual record. The stone does not loudly say who built it, but it quietly says that whoever did build it cared enough about orientation to get north with remarkable accuracy. That can feel almost like a signature, more trustworthy than words. Words can flatter kings. Alignment reflects process. It reflects repeated measurement, correction, and commitment. So some people instinctively trust the sky side of the evidence more than the inscription side. And once they do that, they become more willing to question the neatness of the accepted date. There is also an emotional reason this part of the debate never dies. The sky gives meaning to the monument in a way that simple tomb language often does not. Say, royal tomb, and some listeners mentally shrink the pyramid into a giant grave, which feels oddly insufficient for something so commanding. Say, celestial alignment, and the building immediately regains grandeur. It becomes a machine of orientation, a bridge between king and cosmos, a piece of architecture participating in eternity rather than merely housing a body. Even people who accept the tomb function often find the astronomical dimension more satisfying because it better matches the monument's tone. The Great Pyramid feels like something that should know the stars. And perhaps that is the most honest reason astronomy keeps entering the argument. Not because it proves everything, but because it belongs there. The Great Pyramid was made by a culture for whom the sky mattered. Its placement and form reflect decisions that appear observationally serious. Some of those decisions can be read within the Fourth Dynasty framework. Some inspire wider and less disciplined speculation. But none of them allow the monument to be discussed as though it were merely a mountain of stone with a dead king in the middle. The heavens are part of its story, whether one likes that or not. By the time all of this is taken in, the pyramid begins to look even more difficult in historical terms. The stars do not simply pull it backward into fantasy, or hold it still in the official date. They do something more unsettling. They widen the frame. They remind us that the builders were thinking on scales of orientation, permanence, and cosmic order that make the monument feel older than its reign, even when they do not actually move its construction date. The sky introduces deep time as a mood, as an intellectual horizon, as a challenge to any explanation too narrow to include more than politics and labour. And once the sky has entered, the argument can no longer stay at the level of measurements alone. It becomes a fight over standards. How much pattern is meaningful? How much symbolism can be read backward? How much precision counts as deliberate? How much archaeology is enough to restrain astronomical imagination? That is where the debate starts hardening into camps, because after stars and alignments have stretched the timeline question wider, what comes next is not just another curiosity, but the larger battle over evidence itself, the point where cautious Egyptology and more radical alternatives stop circling politely and begin contesting what kind of proof is allowed to matter at all. By the time the conversation reaches this point, it is no longer only about a pyramid. It is about how people decide what counts as evidence when a monument is too large, too famous, too quiet, and too technically impressive to sit comfortably inside simple explanations. That is why the debate around the Great Pyramid often becomes more intense than the monument itself might seem to require. The stone is not arguing, the people are, and what they are really fighting over, beneath all the measurements and dates and documentaries and angry conference exchanges and dramatic thumbnails, is not just the age of the pyramid. It is the rules of historical judgment. It is the battle over evidence. This battle matters because both sides like to present themselves as the only adults in the room. Mainstream Egyptologists often describe alternatives as reckless, selective, and seduced by mystery. Alternative researchers often describe Egyptologists as rigid, defensive, and too invested in protecting a tidy timeline. Both descriptions sometimes hit something real, and both become unfair when pushed too far. The most useful thing to do is slow down and see how each side builds its case, what each side trusts, what each side distrusts, and why the argument has survived for so long without settling into silence. The mainstream defense of the accepted timeline begins with context. This is probably the single most important thing to understand about how Egyptologists think. They do not usually begin with awe. They begin with placement. A monument is not evaluated as an isolated miracle. It is evaluated as part of a cultural layer, a dynastic sequence, a material landscape, and a network of associated evidence. The Great Pyramid sits within Giza. Giza belongs to a Fourth Dynasty royal necropolis. The wider Memphite region shows patterns of royal monumentality developing across time. Khufu belongs to a known royal line. Earlier pyramid development exists before him. Later pyramid traditions continue after him. Work gang marks link his name to the monument internally. Nearby tombs, settlements, and archaeological remains fit the same broad world. From the mainstream point of view, this is how history speaks most reliably. Not through one sensational clue, but through many ordinary clues all leaning in the same direction. That is why Egyptologists tend to sound unimpressed by arguments that begin with phrases like too advanced, too precise, or too mysterious. To them, those are not evidentiary categories. They are emotional reactions. A structure can feel astonishing and still belong exactly where archaeology places it. Human beings underestimate ancient skill all the time. Modern viewers confuse unfamiliar methods with impossible methods. Monumental ambition looks magical to people who have never had to organise mass labour in a sacred state. So the mainstream instinct is defensive for a reason. It has spent generations pushing back against lazy claims that ancient Egyptians could not have built their own monuments. That history matters. It means that when someone says, "The Great Pyramid is too good for Old Kingdom Egypt," many Egyptologists hear not a careful question, but an old and irritating habit of undervaluing ancient African civilization. That reaction is understandable and sometimes necessary. There have been many theories, especially in the modern era, that strip agency from the Egyptians and assign their achievements to Atlanteans, aliens, biblical giants, or wandering master races conveniently detached from actual Egyptian history. Much of mainstream caution is therefore not just methodological, it is ethical and intellectual. Scholars want the burden of proof to remain high because they know how easily wonder can turn into erasure. The accepted timeline is defended partly because the evidence supports it, and partly because abandoning it casually would reward exactly the sort of speculation that has so often distorted the ancient world into a stage for modern fantasy. At the same time, that defensiveness can harden into a habit. Once a field has spent decades batting away nonsense, it can become less patient with ambiguity than a monument like the Great Pyramid really deserves. This is where alternatives find their opening. They point out, sometimes correctly, that mainstream chronology often presents cumulative probability as though it were direct proof. They point out that the Great Pyramid does not have the kind of explicit public dedicated inscription many people expect. They point out that some features of the monument still invite unresolved debate about function, design sequence, and symbolic purpose. They point out that later narratives often smooth over genuine gaps in the archaeological record. And they point out, with a kind of theatrical satisfaction, that context can become a way of protecting an assumption rather than testing it. This is one of the core tensions in the battle over evidence. Mainstream scholarship trusts context deeply. Alternatives often distrust context precisely because it can absorb anomalies without feeling them. If one strange monument appears within a known cultural zone, scholars tend to interpret the monument through the zone. Alternative researchers tend to reverse that process. They treat the monument as a challenge to the zone. One side says, this belongs to the Fourth Dynasty because everything around it points there. The other says, everything around it has been forced into the Fourth Dynasty because no one wants to admit the monument itself feels older. Both positions can become simplistic, but that is the real divide. Another important difference lies in what counts as a strong kind of proof. Egyptologists usually rank archaeological context, inscriptions, comparative architecture, stratigraphy, and associated finds very highly. They are most persuaded by things that can be located in place, cross-checked, and connected to a known material culture. Alternatives often place greater emphasis on anomalies, outliers, mathematical relationships, astronomical alignments, engineering puzzles, or features that appear to exceed the expected capabilities of the assigned culture. Mainstream scholars call this cherry-picking. Alternatives call it paying attention to what does not fit. Again, both accusations sometimes land. Take the quarry marks with Khufu's name. For Egyptologists, these are gold. Hidden internal construction marks linking the monument to the king are exactly the sort of unglamorous evidence historians trust. For many alternative theorists, however, the marks feel insufficient for the scale of the claim being made. They say the evidence is too thin, too concentrated, too convenient. They ask why the clearest link is tucked away rather than monumental and public. Mainstream scholars respond that hidden work marks are more trustworthy, precisely because they are not theatrical. Alternatives reply that a monument this colossal should not require such modest evidence to secure its date. What is striking here is that both sides are often looking at the same facts. They simply rank them differently. The same thing happens with the developmental sequence. Egyptologists see the step pyramid, the bent pyramid, the red pyramid, and the wider growth of Old Kingdom monumentality as a coherent architectural path leading to Giza. Alternatives see the same path and say it still does not explain the leap in total execution, especially when later pyramids do not sustain the same impression of concentrated mastery. Mainstream scholars say progress is never linear, and that Khufu's pyramid represents a high point made possible by specific political and economic conditions. Alternatives say that sounds like a polite way of admitting the leap feels too steep. Once again, the argument is not only about the evidence, it is about what kind of explanatory story the evidence is allowed to support. There is also a deeper difference in attitude toward uncertainty. Scholars are trained to live with partial answers. They know most ancient monuments do not come with complete records. They are comfortable saying that something is highly probable without being theatrically complete. Alternative researchers often reject that comfort. They hear highly probable and suspect that the field is hiding weakness behind professional tone. So when Egyptologists say the Great Pyramid is securely assigned to Khufu and the Fourth Dynasty through converging lines of evidence, they mean something rigorous. When critics hear it, they sometimes hear institutional overconfidence. This is why the debate is so hard to calm. It's not just about facts, it is about temperament. One side is more willing to inhabit incompleteness. The other treats incompleteness as a reason to reopen the whole case. The issue of burden of proof becomes especially fierce here. Mainstream scholars usually insist, reasonably enough, that extraordinary alternatives require extraordinary evidence. If someone wants to move the Great Pyramid out of the Old Kingdom by centuries or millennia, then they need more than discomfort, pattern recognition, or dissatisfaction with official summaries. They need strong archaeological grounds, direct dating evidence, convincing material culture discontinuity, or something comparably substantial. Alternatives often respond that this standard is applied asymmetrically. They argue that Egyptology accepts a great deal of inference when defending the orthodox date, but suddenly demands impossibly direct proof when anyone challenges it. There is some truth in that complaint, although not always in the way critics mean. Established frameworks do benefit from cumulative reasoning. That is how historical knowledge works. But cumulative reasoning can also become self-protective once a framework is dominant. This is where institutional authority enters the picture. Egyptology is a mature academic field with journals, universities, museums, excavations, conferences, grant systems, and career pathways. That gives it enormous strength. It also gives it inertia. Scholars are not cartoon villains protecting a conspiracy, but they are human beings working inside a professional world where radical chronological revision is costly, reputationally and methodologically. Alternatives know this and often exploit it rhetorically. They say the field will never accept evidence against itself because too many careers depend on the accepted story. Usually that claim is exaggerated. Good evidence really can change academic consensus over time, but it is also naive to imagine institutions have no conservative reflexes. They do. The same habits that protect scholarship from nonsense can also make it slower to acknowledge real discomforts. The Great Pyramid sits exactly where those two truths collide. It is protected by a strong scholarly framework. It is also a monument strange enough to keep reopening questions that the framework cannot quite make emotionally disappear. Egyptologists defend the timeline by showing that alternatives rarely produce the kind of grounded, site-specific evidence needed to dislodge the accepted date. Alternatives attack the timeline by showing that the official story often relies on a chain of reasonable assumptions rather than a single decisive proof. That is why the argument survives. The mainstream case is stronger than its critics say, but also less crushingly final than its defenders sometimes imply. Another feature of the battle over evidence is style. Mainstream scholarship usually speaks in careful gradations. It uses phrases like consistent with, most likely, supported by, and the balance of evidence suggests. Alternative writing often speaks in sharper emotional contrasts. It asks why a supposedly primitive era produced something so refined. It points to silence, anomalies, sudden leaps, and unresolved features. It is more willing to dramatize mystery. This difference in style has real consequences. The cautious side sounds sober, but can also sound flat, defensive, or evasive. The dramatic side sounds alive, curious, and bold, but can also blur the line between a good question and a good answer. Many people are drawn toward alternatives not because the evidence is better, but because the questions are asked more vividly. That matters more than scholars sometimes admit. A field can be technically right, and still lose the imagination of the public if it sounds as though every anomaly is an inconvenience to be minimized. The Great Pyramid invites deep curiosity. When official explanations are presented as if the entire matter is settled and boring, people understandably drift toward anyone willing to acknowledge that the monument is still difficult. Yet the opposite danger is just as real. A theory can feel exciting precisely because it is not disciplined enough to say no to itself. The strongest alternative ideas are not the ones that shout the loudest. They are the ones that identify real pressure points without pretending. Every pressure point proves a hidden civilization. There is a useful middle position here, though it is not always a popular one. One can accept the Fourth Dynasty date as the most defensible broad conclusion, while still admitting that the Great Pyramid exposes the limits of what tidy historical narratives can comfortably explain. One can respect the archaeological framework and still notice that the monument feels unusually mature within it. One can take the quarry marks seriously and still feel that the inscriptional trail is thinner than such a structure makes one expect. One can reject wild astronomical dating while still admitting that the pyramid's alignment deepens the sense of inherited knowledge. In other words, the battle over evidence becomes less distorted once one stops pretending the only choices are total orthodoxy or total revolt. But the public battle rarely rewards that kind of balance. The public battle rewards certainty. Scholars are pushed to sound firmer than they really feel. Alternatives are pushed to sound more revolutionary than their best evidence allows. And somewhere in between those exaggerated tones sits the monument itself, a structure old enough to have outlived many complete civilizations, and patient enough to let modern people quarrel over standards of proof in its shadow. There is also the question of what evidence is missing because of time. This is often where alternatives gain traction with thoughtful listeners. They do not always say, the official story is false. Sometimes they say, the official story may be based on too little surviving evidence for the confidence with which it is told. That is a more serious challenge. Ancient archives decay, outer casing disappears, associated temple evidence becomes fragmentary, burial contents vanish, quarry records do not survive intact. Once those losses are remembered, the confidence of any neat timeline begins to look more provisional. Egyptologists respond, again reasonably, that history always works with fragmentary evidence. We do not abandon the most probable reconstruction simply because the archive is incomplete. Still, the incompleteness remains a live fact, and the Great Pyramid is one of those rare monuments large enough to make every archival silence feel louder than usual. The debate is also shaped by what different sides fear most. Egyptologists fear a methodological collapse. They fear a world in which astonishment becomes argument, and every difficult monument turns into a blank check for fantasy. Alternatives fear institutional closure. They fear a world in which anything that does not fit comfortably is dismissed because the framework came first. Both fears are real enough to matter. Both can produce bad habits. The fear of fantasy can make scholars too quick to flatten genuine puzzles. The fear of closure can make alternatives too willing to treat any unresolved issue as a doorway to radical conclusions. That is why the timeline is defended the way it is. It is defended not only with facts, but with a philosophy of evidence. The philosophy says that monuments belong first to their archaeological worlds, not to our sense of wonder. It says that cumulative context is stronger than isolated anomaly. It says that practical marks hidden in construction spaces may be better historical witnesses than the dramatic clues people wish had survived. It says that ancient skill should not be underestimated merely because it embarrasses modern expectations. And it says that the burden of moving a monument out of its established cultural layer is rightly very high. The alternatives answer with a different philosophy. They say that dominant frameworks can absorb too much, and that anomalies are where reality leaks through tidy stories. They say that context can become circular if every ambiguous find is interpreted in support of the existing date. They say that a monument's technical, geometric, or astronomical qualities may tell a deeper truth than its surviving inscriptional scraps. They say that missing developmental stages and thin, direct evidence should lower confidence, not be explained away by professional tone. and they say that the Great Pyramid, precisely because it is exceptional, deserves more than a routine placement inside a conventional sequence. This clash of philosophies is why the debate feels larger than Egypt alone. It is really about how human beings treat the tension between wonder and method. Too much wonder, and history dissolves into projection. Too much method without wonder, and history becomes a filing cabinet full of conclusions that no longer feel connected to the objects they describe. The Great Pyramid is one of the few structures in the world powerful enough to punish both mistakes. It humiliates lazy fantasy by remaining stubbornly material, rooted, and archaeologically situated, and it humiliates lazy certainty by continuing to feel, even after generations of study, more concentrated, more mature, and more resistant to easy narrative than many official summaries allow. So the timeline is defended with context, convergence, and caution. It is challenged with anomaly, scale, silence, and the suspicion that inherited knowledge may run deeper than the visible record. Neither side can fully silence the other because each is feeding on something real. The mainstream case is anchored in actual evidence. The alternative impulse is anchored in actual discomfort. That is why the argument will probably continue as long as the pyramid stands. It is not merely a disagreement over numbers on a page. It is a disagreement over what sort of object the Great Pyramid really is. A royal monument properly housed in the Fourth Dynasty. A pinnacle that compresses more inheritance than the standard story comfortably shows. A structure whose official date may be broadly right while its deeper history remains partly obscured. Or something even more disruptive. And once the debate reaches that point, a final question begins rising behind all the others. Suppose, for a moment, that the people who feel the timeline is too neat are partly right in some form. Not necessarily in the wildest form, but in some real one. Suppose the Great Pyramid does carry deeper inheritance, older site knowledge, or a longer developmental history than the standard version reveals. Suppose it is older in meaning, older in method, or even older in construction than the safest narrative prefers. Then the issue is no longer just how the timeline is defended. The issue becomes what would have to change if the monument really did belong to a deeper past than the one it is usually assigned, and how much of ancient Egypt would need to be reimagined once that possibility is allowed to stand in the open a little longer. Now we arrive at the question that gives the whole subject its charge, not the question of whether the accepted date is neat, or whether the official case is strong, or whether the anomalies are real enough to keep people awake in the best possible way. The deeper question is what follows if the uneasy feeling around the Great Pyramid is pointing to something genuine. What if the monument really is older in some important sense than the standard story prefers? What if not necessarily every stone, every passage, every final surface, but the deeper conception, the site logic, the inherited knowledge, or even some core phase of the structure belongs to a past reaching farther back than the clean Fourth Dynasty label suggests. This is the point where discussions often become dramatic too quickly. People leap from a difficult monument to a vanished super-civilization with star maps, cataclysms, and technologies that somehow leave almost no ordinary social debris behind them, which is always a little suspicious. Human beings do love a lost world, especially if it comes with polished stone and tragic floods. But the more interesting possibilities are not always the loudest ones. If the pyramid was older, the consequences would be enormous even in a moderate version. One does not need Atlantis, aliens, or forgotten steel factories under the Sahara to make the implications profound. A shift of even a few centuries in underlying development, or a recognition that the site preserves knowledge and usage far deeper than currently emphasized, would already force a rethinking of Egypt's early past. The first thing it would change is the story of how Egyptian civilization became itself. Right now, the standard narrative presents a broad progression. Regional communities grow more complex, kingship consolidates, writing appears, administration strengthens, monumental burial evolves, stone architecture rises in ambition, pyramid building develops across known phases. Giza then appears as the most commanding expression of this early mature state. That story has coherence. But if the Great Pyramid were older in design lineage, inherited structure, or fundamental planning than that story comfortably allows, then Egyptian civilization would look less like a steady rise and more like a civilization that stepped into capabilities already partially waiting for it. That distinction matters. A civilization that invents everything in sequence tells one kind of story. A civilization that inherits, absorbs, preserves, repairs and repurposes older knowledge tells another. The second story is not less impressive. In some ways it is more human and more realistic. Real cultures rarely build themselves from pure beginnings. They inherit landscapes, sacred places, practical wisdom, regional traditions, older foundations, and sometimes ruins or memories whose meaning has already started to blur. If the Great Pyramid carries that kind of inheritance more strongly than the official narrative admits, then Egypt's earliest grandeur may have been shaped not only by innovation, but by successful adoption of a deeper past. That would immediately cast the early dynastic and Old Kingdom periods in a different light. Instead of seeing Khufu and his predecessors only as originators of a rapidly maturing monumental tradition, we might have to see them as curators of something older as well. Not passive curators, certainly. The Great Pyramid, however one dates it, reflects active state power, planning and will. But active power can still work on inherited ground, with inherited ideas, or even inherited structures. A king who enlarges, formalizes, recases, reorients, or completes something older is still a mighty king. Yet he belongs to a different kind of history than a king who begins from empty bedrock. That would also change how we interpret the silence around the monument. Much of the discomfort surrounding the Great Pyramid comes from the mismatch between its scale and the modesty of the direct inscriptional trail. If the monument, or a major phase beneath it, were older than Khufu, that silence would suddenly make more sense. A ruler might attach his name to work on a site whose deepest origins were not fully his own. A later dynasty might preserve, adapt, or claim an already ancient sacred place without leaving the sort of simple founding inscription modern people keep wishing for. In that scenario, silence would not be an absence to explain away. It would become part of the evidence for layered history. The same thing would apply to the sense of maturity the monument projects. One of the recurring tensions in this whole discussion has been that the Great Pyramid seems strangely complete for the point in time at which it is usually placed. If some substantial aspect of it turned out to be older, that feeling would stop seeming merely emotional. It would become historically appropriate. The monument would feel more mature because it really would belong to a longer arc of development than the accepted sequence currently displays. What now looks like a leap might instead turn out to be the visible crest of a much deeper tradition, whose lower slopes have been lost, buried, dismantled, or absorbed into later Egyptian history. And that raises the next implication, which is perhaps the most unsettling of all. If the Great Pyramid was older, then Egyptian chronology might not be wrong in the simple sense, but incomplete in the structural sense. The dates of kings could still stand. The dynasties could still be real. Khufu could still have ruled when he is said to have ruled. What would change is the confidence with which we connect monumental phases, technological capacity and dynastic reigns, as though they all begin and end cleanly together. History would become less like a row of labelled shelves and more like a city built over itself, where one age walks on the roofs of another without always knowing it. That kind of revision would also change how we think about memory in ancient Egypt. Egyptian civilization is often admired for its historical continuity, and with good reason. It remembered kings, rituals, sacred geographies, and symbols across very long stretches of time. But it also forgot, simplified, and reinterpreted. Later Egyptians did not possess perfect archival access to their own deepest past. They inherited monuments that were already old. They visited tombs built by ancestors whose world had partly receded into sacred haze. If the Great Pyramid preserved something older than Old Kingdom Egypt itself, then ancient Egyptians may have stood before it, with a mixture of familiarity and uncertainty not entirely unlike our own. Imagine that for a moment. A civilization we already consider ancient, looking at a monument it partly inherited and only partly understood. That would mean Egypt's lost past was not lost only to us. Parts of it may already have been dim to Egypt. That possibility is quietly enormous because it changes the emotional balance of the whole story. Instead of modern people heroically trying to recover what ancient Egyptians knew perfectly, we would be dealing with layers of forgetting inside antiquity itself. Khufu's world may have inherited sacred sites and practical traditions whose full origins were already beyond convenient memory. Priests may have preserved rituals whose first logic had shifted. Builders may have followed principles older than the rain under which they worked. A landscape can remain active long after its beginning has fallen below the horizon of written explanation. If that were true, then the Giza Plateau would stop being merely a royal necropolis of one dazzling dynasty and become something deeper, a zone where Egypt's visible history meets an older substratum. Not necessarily an alien one, not necessarily a fantasy one, but a substratum nonetheless. A region of inherited sacred geography, accumulated technical understanding, and perhaps even architectural precedents whose clearest early phases have not survived cleanly. That would make Giza less of a starting point and more of a hinge, the place where one historical world crystallizes something that had been growing in shadow for longer than the neat narrative currently shows. Then there is the question of skill. If the Great Pyramid was older in any substantial way, especially older in practical method or core engineering, then Egyptian skill history would have to be rewritten downward as well as upward. Downward because the roots of surveying, quarrying, geometry, logistics and symbolic planning would extend farther back than the monuments now used as reference points. Upward because later Egyptian civilization would appear not only as a culture of creators, but as a culture capable of preserving difficult knowledge through long spans of political and environmental change. That is one of the reasons this topic is so fascinating. An older pyramid would not diminish Egypt. It would actually enlarge Egypt, though in a different way than textbook narratives usually do. It would make the civilization less like a tidy invention, and more like a powerful vessel carrying older currents forward. There would also be consequences for how we interpret the broader ancient world. Egypt does not exist in isolation. It belongs to the larger human story of early states, early monumentality, agricultural settlement, astronomy, ritual, and writing. If the Great Pyramid or the knowledge behind it were significantly older than currently thought, then questions would ripple far beyond Giza. How much early monumental ambition elsewhere has been underestimated? How many sacred sites around the world preserve long continuities beneath later political labels? How often do states claim, formalize, and rename places whose real histories stretch further back than their first confident documents? The pyramid would stop being an Egyptian anomaly and become a case study in a larger human pattern. Civilizations inheriting far more than their official origin stories admit. Of course, this is also where caution matters most. One cannot simply say, older, and assume everything else falls neatly into place. Older in what sense? Older by one reign? Older by several centuries? Older in site use? Older in foundational planning? Older in symbolic tradition? Older in the actual construction of a core phase? These are very different claims. Some are relatively moderate, some would be revolutionary. The strongest versions would demand evidence we do not currently possess in decisive form. Yet even the moderate versions would reshape the story substantially. That is why it is worth lingering with them rather than jumping immediately to the most extreme scenario. Suppose, for instance, that the monument's final visible form belongs to Khufu's reign, but that the plateau's surveying logic, sacred layout, and certain foundational decisions were inherited from a much older local tradition. That alone would mean Egypt's lost past includes more prehistory of place than the standard account usually emphasizes. Suppose instead that an earlier large stone phase existed on the plateau and was absorbed into the Fourth Dynasty project. That would mean the Great Pyramid is both Old Kingdom and not wholly Old Kingdom, a compound monument whose official identity reflects completion more than absolute beginning. Or suppose the engineering knowledge expressed at Giza matured over a longer and less visible arc than the surviving monument sequence shows. In that case, the pyramid would be correctly dated in one sense, and misleadingly placed in another, because its internal maturity would belong to a deeper developmental history no longer fully visible. Any of those versions would have major consequences for archaeology itself. Excavation strategies would shift. The search for earlier phases beneath and around the plateau would intensify. Greater attention would be paid to bedrock cuts, quarry patterns, hidden construction stages, reused blocks, and subtle signs of sequence that might previously have been treated as ordinary site complexity. Comparative work with Saqqara, Dashur, and the wider Memphite region would change. Instead of looking only for direct precursors to Khufu, scholars would start looking for traces of longer infrastructural and symbolic continuities. The question would no longer be just who built the pyramid. It would be what historical depth the building condensed. It would also affect the way we talk about the birth of monumental stone architecture in Egypt. The phrase birth is often too clean. Human practices rarely burst into existence in the perfect moment preferred by summaries. They gather. They shift from mud brick to stone. They move from regional experiment to royal confidence. They borrow from ritual needs older than their most famous examples. If the Great Pyramid was older in an important sense, then what we call the birth of Egyptian monumentality might actually be only the moment when a much longer process becomes undeniable. That is a different kind of history, less dramatic in one sense, but more satisfying in another because it feels truer to how human cultures actually evolve. There would be philosophical consequences too, though perhaps that sounds more midnight than desert. One of the reasons the Great Pyramid unsettles people is that it seems to compress time. It feels older than its date, more mature than its setting, quieter than its fame, and more complete than its supposed developmental stage. If that feeling turned out to reflect something real, then the monument would become a lesson in the difference between chronological age and cultural age. A thing can be built in one period and still carry the weight of much older memory. A civilization can appear to achieve something suddenly while actually drawing on unseen depth. What we call Egypt's timeline would then become less a line, and more a set of layered durations moving at different speeds. Kings reign for decades. Sites endure for millennia. Techniques accumulate silently. Sacred geography outlives names. That layered sense of time may be the deepest meaning of a truly older pyramid. Not simply that historians got a date wrong, but that the monument belongs to several times at once. It could be physically of one age, intellectually of another, symbolically of another, and geographically rooted in a landscape whose significance predates all of them. In that case, Egypt's lost past would not be a sealed box behind the known dynasties. It would be something still present inside them, hidden in the joints, the alignments, the choice of ground, the maturity of execution, and the strange calm with which the monument surpasses the story told about it. And then there is the human consequence. If the Great Pyramid was older, even moderately older in its deeper logic, then some of the most important people in the story would not be the famous kings, but the forgotten transmitters, surveyors whose names did not survive, priests who carried celestial and directional knowledge through generations, quarry planners who knew stone the way sailors know water, ritual specialists who understood why a plateau mattered before any massive monument rose on it, local traditions swallowed by royal ones. Those would be the lost makers of Egypt's lost past, not as romantic ghosts, but as the ordinary custodians of continuity. That possibility gives the story a different dignity. It shifts grandeur away from a single ruler, and spreads it across centuries of disciplined memory. One can see why this idea is both attractive and difficult. It preserves Egyptian agency rather than removing it. It allows for depth without requiring absurd fantasy. It explains why the monument feels more mature than its visible timeline. It makes silence less troubling. It makes inherited landscape more central. It makes the stars matter without demanding a vanished superscience. And yet it remains hard to prove in a decisive way. Because what survives most clearly is the final command of the Fourth Dynasty, not all the quieter ages beneath it. Egypt's lost past, if it lives inside the Great Pyramid, may do so exactly as lost past often do, indirectly through disproportion, through odd maturity, through the sense that the visible story is true but not yet complete. There is another consequence too, one that reaches into modern imagination. If the Great Pyramid was older, then our relationship with ancient history would change slightly and permanently. The monument would no longer be the proud beginning of one of history's best-known civilizations, but also a reminder that even the civilizations we think we know best may have been standing on buried inheritances of their own. That is a humbling thought. It suggests that human history is less a sequence of clear births and more a landscape of recoveries, renewals, partial memories, and stolen starts. Cultures do not always know how old their deepest foundations are. They live on top of them, build with them, rename them, sanctify them, and sometimes mistake inheritance for invention. Perhaps that is why the Great Pyramid continues to feel so psychologically large. It is not only big in stone, it is big in implication. It threatens the comfort of beginnings. It whispers that what looks like the start of a civilization may actually be the moment that civilization first comes into focus, carrying something older in its hands. And if that is true at Giza, it may be true in other places too, though not always with such commanding geometry and such indifference to our need for clear answers. Still, honesty requires one final note here. The possibility that the pyramid was older remains a possibility, not a demonstrated conclusion. The strongest evidence still places the visible monument securely in the world of Khufu and the Fourth Dynasty. The point is not to overturn that carelessly. The point is to ask what would change if the persistent discomfort surrounding the monument has been pointing, all along, not to nonsense, but to an older layer of truth inside the accepted story. And once one allows that possibility to stand quietly for a moment, the monument itself seems to change shape again. It becomes not only a royal tomb, not only a masterpiece of state power, but a threshold between the Egypt we can name and the Egypt that may have already been old when the names were first written down. And perhaps that is the right place to slow the question almost to a whisper, because after all the arguments, the measurements, the dynasties, the quarry marks, the alignments, the repairs, the inherited plateau and the battle over evidence, what remains is not only the problem of whether the pyramid was older. What remains is the fact that some monuments seem to remember more than the histories built around them, and when night grows quiet enough, the Great Pyramid can still feel less like a finished answer than like a doorway standing open toward one last thought before sleep. By now, the Great Pyramid has followed us through dates, dynasties, quarry marks, missing warm-ups, inherited ground, measured stars, repaired stone, and all the careful arguments people build when they want history to sit still long enough to be labelled. We have stood with the official story and seen why it exists. We have also stood with the unease and seen why it persists. And after all that, what remains may be the simplest part and the strangest part at the same time. Some stones seem to remember more than history does. That is not a mystical sentence, at least not in the way people sometimes rush to make it one. Stones do not remember with intention. They do not keep diaries. They do not whisper secret dates to anyone who places a hand against them in a dramatic documentary voice. What they do instead is endure. They hold shape longer than the stories told about them. They outlast the people who named them, the priests who consecrated them, the rulers who claimed them, the thieves who cut into them, the pilgrims who stared at them, the scholars who measured them, and the doubters who argued with those scholars. A human memory can vanish in a generation. A royal archive can burn. A title can be miscopied. A king list can fracture. A casing stone can fall. But the monument remains large enough to keep embarrassing every incomplete explanation that tries to reduce it too quickly. That may be the deepest reason the Great Pyramid has always felt slightly larger than its own category. It is not only a tomb, not only a royal project, not only a feat of labour, not only a mathematical object, not only a sacred machine, not only a tourist image, and not only a historical problem, it is an endurance problem. It has remained in the world long enough to show us how thin our narratives can become when placed beside matter that simply keeps going. Human beings love the comfort of summary. We like one sentence, one date, one builder, one function, one conclusion. The Great Pyramid accepts those sentences in the same way a mountain accepts a road sign. It allows them. It does not depend on them. Perhaps that is why people react to it so differently from the way they react to many other ancient sites. There are places you can admire and then mentally file away. The Great Pyramid resists being filed. Even people who accept the standard chronology often continue speaking about it, in a tone that suggests some private reserve of uncertainty. Not always the uncertainty of radical theories, more often the quieter uncertainty of proportion. A sense that the explanation may be true and still smaller than the thing explained. A sense that the monument has somehow outgrown the sentence usually assigned to it. That is where the phrase, "stones remember more than history does," begins to feel less like poetry and more like description. History, in the formal sense, is selective. It depends on what survives in words, in sequences, in associated finds, in recoverable context. It is a human craft of assembling fragments into the most responsible picture available. That craft matters enormously, and without it we would drift into nonsense very quickly. But history also has limits built into its method. It can only remember what the record permits strongly enough. A monument remembers differently. It remembers through disproportion, through lingering difficulty, through an execution that continues to imply more preparation than the surviving documentation displays, through a stillness that can make later centuries look hurried and forgetful by comparison. The Great Pyramid does this in a particularly unnerving way, because it is so simple to describe and so hard to exhaust. Say, a giant pyramid of stone on the Giza Plateau. That is accurate. It is also almost useless as a full account of what the structure feels like when taken seriously. The building keeps generating more thought than its shape should seem to allow. It draws engineers toward loads and gradients, historians toward dynasties and context, astronomers toward alignments, symbolists toward death and ascent, skeptics toward missing steps, tourists toward scale, dreamers toward origins. Each of those responses touches something real, and none of them quite drains the monument of the residue that remains after explanation. That residue is not proof of a hidden civilization. It is not proof of a lost age. It is not proof that all careful scholarship is too timid. But it is proof of one humbler and more profound thing. Human beings do not fully control the meanings of the things they build, especially when those things survive longer than the assumptions that produced them. The Great Pyramid may have been intended for a royal purpose in a specific moment of Egyptian history, and yet by surviving through so many worlds it has become a witness to more than one age. It has acquired the strange authority of something that has outlived context after context, without ever entirely surrendering its own. That is why sleep feels like the right place to bring this thought. Not because the subject is vague, but because nighttime allows scale to settle differently. During the day, people want conclusions. At night, people can tolerate larger questions. And the largest question the Great Pyramid leaves us with may not be who built it, or when was it built, though both matter. The larger question may be this: what happens to history when an object survives with more coherence than the records around it? What happens when stone keeps a form more faithfully than institutions keep a memory? Ancient Egypt itself may offer the first answer. Later, Egyptians lived among monuments already old. They inherited names, ceremonies, king lists, sacred geographies and ritual systems, but they also inherited distances. Their past was not transparent to them forever. They too stood among things that had outlasted immediate explanation. In that sense, the Great Pyramid has probably been producing this feeling for a very long time. It may have seemed complete and slightly remote, even to people far closer to its builders than we are. If so, then the monument has been making history feel incomplete for millennia, not just for modern viewers with cameras and internet arguments. There is something almost tender in that idea, not because it solves anything, but because it reminds us that uncertainty is not always failure. Sometimes uncertainty is the most honest relationship a later age can have with an earlier one. A monument can be securely placed and still not fully understood in spirit. It can be archaeologically grounded and still exceed the story told around it. It can belong to Khufu and still feel older in method, older in intention, older in memory, or older in the ground beneath it. These are not contradictions so much as reminders that human time does not move in one clean layer. A site can hold several ages together at once. A civilization can inherit what it cannot completely explain. A stone can carry forward choices whose first reasons have dimmed. When people say the Great Pyramid feels older, they may be expressing exactly that layered reality without knowing how to phrase it in scholarly language. They may not mean that the standard date is simply wrong. They may mean that the monument contains more duration than the label beside it can comfortably hold. More inherited place, more accumulated method, more concentrated knowledge, more afterlife, more silence, more of everything really, than one reign ought to be able to explain on its own without borrowing from deeper currents. And perhaps borrowing is the key word. All civilizations borrow from the dead. They borrow land, symbols, roots, sacred horizons, techniques, fears, myths, and practical habits. What we call originality is often inherited material arranged with unusual authority. The Great Pyramid may be the clearest example of this, not because it hides a fantasy beneath itself, but because it reveals how much even a mighty kingdom might owe to what came before it. Khufu, if he built it in the fullest accepted sense, still did not invent the sky, the plateau, the west, the quarry, the burial instinct, the surveying habit, or the human longing to make permanence visible. He inherited them, organized them, magnified them, and in doing so perhaps made a structure that looks less like a beginning than a consolidation of very old instincts. That would explain why the monument remains so psychologically heavy. We're not only looking at state power, we may be looking at several layers of human memory pressed into one form so successfully that they no longer separate cleanly: the practical and the sacred, the geological and the political, the visible and the inherited, the tomb and the horizon, the king and the landscape. Once these layers fuse, the resulting object begins to feel larger than any single explanatory system built around it. It becomes one of those rare things that modern people can study forever without ever reducing to mere information. There is a lesson in that, and it is not limited to pyramids. We often imagine the past as a collection of solved units. This culture, this date, this purpose, this ruler, this phase. But the older and more enduring the object, the less neatly it behaves. It becomes a knot. Pull one strand and three others tighten. Redate one feature and the whole surrounding world must shift. Explain one function and another grows stranger. The Great Pyramid is one of history's largest knots. That is why it attracts both disciplined scholarship and undisciplined imagination. It has enough real difficulty to nourish both. The danger, of course, is that we mistake difficulty for permission to believe anything. That is where many pyramid conversations go off the road and vanish into the sand. Mystery is not a blank check. The absence of total certainty is not evidence for the loudest theory in the room. A structure can exceed our explanations without making every speculation equal. That is worth remembering, gently but firmly, because respect for the monument includes respect for evidence. The Great Pyramid deserves better than reduction into a schoolbook sentence, and it also deserves better than becoming a stage prop for every restless fantasy modern culture wishes to project backward. The better response may be slower and calmer, to let the evidence speak where it can, to admit where it thins, to notice the places where the official story is strong and the places where it feels emotionally narrow, to accept that some questions remain open, not because scholars are foolish or because every alternative is wise, but because a very old object can genuinely survive more fully than its explanation. That is not a scandal. It is one of the most ordinary and humbling facts of deep time. There is something deeply human about standing in front of such a monument and feeling two opposite things at once. One is certainty. The certainty that real people made this, with labour, planning, fear, hierarchy, devotion, exhaustion, and skill. The other is uncertainty. The uncertainty of whether we have yet learned to describe all the layers of that making properly. Those feelings do not cancel one another. They belong together. In fact, they may be the most honest pair of feelings the Great Pyramid produces. And once you allow both feelings to remain, the monument changes slightly. It no longer demands that you choose between textbook confidence and total rebellion. It allows a third response, a quiet response. One that says the accepted story may be broadly right and still incomplete in texture. One that says the monument may belong to Khufu's age and still carry older ground, older habits, older celestial attention, older practical intelligence, or older sacred memory than the standard sentence shows. One that says history can be true without being finished. That unfinished quality is important before sleep, because unfinished things are often the ones the mind holds most gently. A solved equation closes, a half-lit landscape lingers, the Great Pyramid lingers. It lingers because it seems to stand in two relationships to time at once. It is clearly in history and slightly outside the proportion of history. It is datable and difficult, specific and immense, human and somehow broader than the biographies attached to it. It belongs to Egypt and still feels as though it has been waiting longer than any single dynasty can comfortably contain. Maybe that is what people sense when they look at it in photographs, or from the plateau itself. Not secret codes, not aliens, not even necessarily a hidden older civilization in the loud dramatic sense. Maybe what they sense is duration, the kind of duration that begins before names settle and continues after names lose their grip. A monument built by people, certainly, but one so enduring that it starts to resemble a memory the species has not quite finished recovering. That may sound grand, but perhaps the Great Pyramid has earned a little grandeur by now. It has stood through empires that once imagined themselves permanent. It has watched languages arrive and thin out. It has seen religions pass over it like weather. It has endured being admired, dismantled, measured, doubted, restored, commercialized, and argued over. And through all that, it has remained structurally itself to a degree that should make anyone pause. Few human works survive with that much identity intact. Fewer still survive while continuing to make the stories told about them feel slightly provisional. So tonight, as the subject quiets and the mind begins to loosen its grip on details, perhaps the most restful thought is not that the mystery has been solved, nor that it has triumphed over all explanation, but that the pyramid teaches a gentler truth. The past is often deeper than its labels. What survives is not always what was most loudly declared. Some of the strongest things humanity leaves behind are not the words announcing certainty, but the forms that continue standing after certainty has changed shape several times. In that sense, the Great Pyramid is not mocking history. It is reminding history to be modest. and modesty may be the right companion for a monument like this. To say we know much, but not all. To say the Fourth Dynasty case is powerful, but the monument still carries a deeper weight than a neat museum card can hold. To say inherited ground matters, loss preparation matters, silence matters, repair matters, alignment matters, and above all, endurance matters. To say that some stones seem to remember more than history does because history is forced to reconstruct, while stone simply continues. As the night grows quieter, the Great Pyramid becomes a little less like an argument and a little more like a presence. Not a supernatural presence, just the presence of something that has remained itself through more forgetting than any human mind can easily imagine. That kind of survival has its own authority. It asks us not to stop questioning, but to question with patience, not to worship mystery, but not to flatten it either, not to treat the past as either perfectly solved or permanently unknowable, but as something that sometimes leaves us objects more durable than our explanations. And perhaps that is enough for now. A monument on a plateau, a king's name attached to it, a civilization rising around it, a sky carefully observed above it, and beneath all of that the strange, calm fact that some things can outlast the stories that first made them. The stones remain, the labels shift, the night deepens, and somewhere between what history can prove and what the monument still seems to hold back, the mind can finally rest for a while, with the pyramid still there in the dark, keeping its shape a little longer.